Chapter 151. The person who came was Xiaoya, the disciple he took in the Hmong village. Why is she here? Yi Chun was between laughter and tears. It had only been a few days since they last met, but her strength had improved quite a bit. It seemed like she had practiced quite a bit of the 33 days divine fist that he had imparted to her. Xiao Ye's appearance instantly attracted everyone's attention. Even Su Yue and Yao Yu, who were next to Yi Chen, were no exception. Mingming's eyes lit up in Yi Chen's embrace. She called out by instinct, "Auntie Xiao." Xiao Yu didn't hear her, but Su Yue rolled her eyes at her and said, "Mingming, don't talk nonsense." She could feel that this beautiful woman who had suddenly appeared was hostile. She should be Mad Southern Ye's disciple. Sect leader Tang from Kongtong sect snapped back to his senses too. He looked at Xiaoya ambiguously. "Little girl, were you talking to me just now?" Xiaoya walked toward sect leader Tang expressionlessly with a long black bag in her hand, as if she did not hear what he said. Many people's expressions changed, and they immediately gave way. Her ignorance enraged sect leader Tang. "Little girl, let me ask you again. Were you talking to me just now?" Xiaoya stopped when she was less than 5 steps away from him. Her pretty face was extremely cold. "Old dog, if my master was here, would you dare to repeat what you said just now?" Hua! The surrounding people were in an uproar, and they looked at Xiaoya in disbelief. "Old dog!" She called sect leader Tang an old dog. One must know that sect leader Tang was the sect leader of Kongtong sect. Not only was he respected, but he was also an expert at the peak of illuminating pulse. Even Yi Chen was dumbstruck by it. "What did you call me?" Sect leader Tang's expression was extremely interesting, as if he had just eaten a fly. Xiaoya suddenly smiled. "My master, Mad Southern Yi, killed Yuan Bupo first and defeated Northern Devil Jiang later. He's famous in China and the world. You're just a piece of trash on illuminating pulse. How dare you criticize him behind his back? Who gave you the courage? Bastard, you're Mad Southern Ye's disciple." Sect leader Tang cursed angrily. He was the dignified sect leader of Kongtong sect, but someone was pointing at his nose and calling him a piece of trash. How could he not be angry? "That's right. Thank you for taking me in as your disciple." Xiaoya smiled proudly. As soon as he said that, everyone's spirits were shaken. Since when did Mad Southern Yi have such a beautiful disciple? He had never heard of it before. At this time, Kai Rong seemed to remember something. He looked at Xiaoya in surprise and said, "I remember now. Aren't you Xiaoya, the female star who received the Golden Horse Award? When did you become Mad Southern's disciple?" With his reminder, everyone came to their senses. Sect leader Tang smirked in a creepy manner. "I think it's your crotch disciple, right? I didn't expect Mad Southern Yi to be a pervert. He's using the name of a master to flirt with a female celebrity. I've learned something new." Xiaoya had never heard such filthy words before. She looked at him with murderous intent. Yi Chen stared right into sect leader Tang's eyes. To him, the man was already a dead man. "It seems like this Mad Southern Yi isn't a decent person. I was wrong about him." Su Yue looked disappointed. Clearly, she believed what sect leader Tang said. Sect leader Tang ignored Xiaoya's stare. Instead, he scoffed. "Since you're Mad Southern Ye's disciple, let me ask you, why didn't Mad Southern Yi come? Instead, he sent a disciple like you here? Could it be that you're scared? I've told you. Why would my master need to fight a piece of trash like you? As his disciple, it's enough for me to teach you a lesson on his behalf." Xiaoya took a deep breath in. The black bag in her hand exploded, revealing a long bone whip. The long whip emitted a faint, black, murderous aura. The people could not help but feel chills running down their spines. They felt like they were being targeted by a venomous snake. The battle was about to begin. Everyone retreated far away immediately. The moment the long whip was revealed, Venerable Master Jingguang's expression changed. Venerable Master Jingguang's expression changed immediately. He stared at the white bone whip in Xiaoya's hand, and greed flashed in his eyes. A magic tool. He sensed the fluctuation of magic power on the long bone whip. It must be a magic tool. Why does this girl have a magic tool? Could it be that mad Southern Yi gave it to her? Should he snatch it from her? He could not help but take a good look at Xiaoya. All sorts of thoughts were intertwining in his head. Go to hell, old dog! Xiaoya shrieked. The long bone whip in her hand seemed like it was alive. It turned into a venomous snake and charged at Sect Leader Tang. Sect Leader Tang's expression changed. He stretched his arm out to grab the long bone whip by instinct. Never had he thought that he would feel a sharp pain as soon as he touched the long bone whip. He looked again. The skin on his palm was instantly lacerated. Sect Leader Tang retreated continuously. He looked at Xiaoya while enduring the pain. There was only fear left in his eyes. Why do you have a magic tool? Go and ask the King of Hell. Xiaoya charged over while waving the long bone whip. Her petite body contained great power. How dare you? Do you really think I'm scared of you? Sect Leader Tang was enraged. He took the initiative to charge at her. However, he dodged the long bone whip's attack this time. To him, Xiaoya's ability was nothing powerful. The reason why he was at a disadvantage was because of the power of the magic tool. Go to hell! Sect Leader Tang dodged the white bone whip's attack. He moved quickly and slapped Xiaoya with his palm. There was a faint explosion sound in the air as the wind from his palm blew. Cui Yen swore, "This woman is dead meat." However, in the next second, Xiaoya whistled calmly. A green gleam flew out of her sleeve and went straight to Sect Leader Tang. What's that? Sect Leader Tang changed his direction and charged. The green gleam exploded into a few pieces and fell onto the ground after being hit. It was clearly a snake. So you're from Miaojiang? Sect Leader Tang was shocked. In the next second, a long bone whip landed on his face directly. Half of his face collapsed and his flesh and blood were flying. The long bone whip wrapped around his neck. Xiaoya exerted strength in her arm and Sect Leader Tang knelt onto the ground. Old dog, you can't even defeat me. What makes you think you're qualified to ask my master for help? Apologize to my master, and I'll spare your worthless life. Ah! Sect Leader Tang shrieked in devastation with resentment written all over his face. *TCH, I can't accept this. You merely defeated me with the power of the magic tool. I can't accept this. Go to hell then. Xiaoya scoffed and began withdrawing the strength of the long bone whip. She was planning to break his neck. Master's name must not be insulted. At that moment, Xiaoya felt the long bone whip shake intensely. Subsequently, a numbing sensation came from her arm. A powerful force pushed her a few steps back. Who is it? Xiaoya seemed like she was facing a formidable enemy. Good. Venerable Master Jingguang, who was standing aside, pressed his palms together and said, Little girl, Sect Leader Tang was merely disrespectful to mad Southern Yi verbally, but you're trying to kill him. Isn't that too cruel? That's right. This lady is quite beautiful, but she's too cruel. She's as cruel as a snake. The Bajisek sect master agreed. Someone else said, she's just like her master. She's not a good person. She deserves to die for insulting my master. Xiaoya glared at him coldly. Old monk, are you being a busybody? Theoretically, I shouldn't be asking, but this concerns a human life. Moreover, you're just like your master, mad Southern Yi. You've killed too many people. Why don't you follow me back to Wutai Mountain? I'll cleanse your sins for you. Venerable Master Jingguang had a compassionate expression on his face. Don't even think about it. Since you're being a busybody, I'll kill you too. Xiaoyu scoffed. The white bone whip turned into a giant snake again and charged at Venerable Master Jingguang. Venerable Master Jingguang did not move at all. His face was filled with kindness. Just when the white bone whip was about to reach him, he stretched his arm out all of a sudden and grabbed the whip. Xiao Ye's pretty face changed because she realized that Venerable Master Jingguang was very powerful. He was so powerful that he could control the magic tool that her master had given her with just one grab. Good. This is a ferocious weapon. I'll keep it for the time being. I'll chant scriptures day and night to dissolve the ferocious aura on it. Venerable Master Jingguang smiled and snatched the white bone whip away. Su Yue secretly despised him when she saw that. It was obvious that Venerable Master Jingguang had his eyes on the white bone whip. How could he say such high-sounding words? Old monk, give it back to me. Xiao Yu was so angry that her eyes turned red when she saw the thing that her master had given her being taken away. Come with me, little girl. Venerable Master Jingguang's smile remained. You forced me to do this. Xiao Ye's expression turned cold. She took a deep breath and enunciated word for word. Divine Punch created in 33 days the fourth style, earth-shattering seal. As soon as she was done speaking, she performed hand seals with both hands and pointed at the ground. As everyone watched in shock, a crack that was over 20 centimeters wide appeared on the ground in front of her after a slight tremor. The crack kept spreading toward Venerable Master Jingguang. Venerable Master Jingguang's expression changed. He stomped the ground hard and shouted, "Close!" The ground shook again. The crack that appeared earlier closed right away. Before Xiao Yi could react, Venerable Master Jingguang dashed toward her and pointed his finger at her neck. Xiao Yi could not move at that moment. Sect leader Tang from Kongtong sect said flatteringly, "Venerable Master, that's great." Not bad. Venerable Master broke this woman's spell with just a word. You've really widened our horizons, sect leader who from Baji sect said while smiling. Venerable Master Jingguang regained his compassionate expression. He looked at Xiao Yi kindly and said, "Little girl, come with me." Wait. At that moment, Su Yue, who was standing aside, could not take it any more. She said, "Venerable Master, you're a monk after all. Isn't it inappropriate for you to bully a lady like that?" "Since when did I bully her?" Venerable Master Jingguang said while smiling. Su Yue smirked coldly. "You know very well what kind of person you are. You snatched her magic tool by force today and want to kidnap her. Aren't you afraid that Mad Southern Yi will come to Wutai Mountain and kill your entire family? Mad Southern Yi has killed countless people. He's sinned. I'll send him off after the 3 masters kill him." Venerable Master Jingguang's expression changed slightly. He proceeded to say, "Even if the 3 masters can't kill him, I'll be the first to send him off if he dares to come to Wutai Mountain." As soon as he was done speaking, a faint voice rang out. "Really? Damn Baldy, do you dare to say that again?" Chapter 152. Damned Baldy, do you dare say that again? The voice was neither loud nor soft, but everyone could hear it clearly. Just as everyone was trying to find the speaker, Su Yue, who was standing aside, had a change of expression. She looked at Yi Chen coldly. "Are you crazy? Do you have the right to speak here?" His voice fell. The others finally noticed Yi Chen, who was standing behind them. Yao Yu took a good look at Yi Chen and shook her head secretly. This person is dead for sure. In the end, he will pay the price for his ignorance, even with Su Yue's protection. Chui Yan and Kai Rong glanced at each other in unison, and they both saw pleasure in each other's eyes. From the moment they met until now, both of them did not have a good impression of Yi Chen. Now that he had taken the initiative to insult Venerable Master Jingguang, they felt that he had no idea what was good for him. Nobody noticed that joy and excitement filled Xiao Ye's eyes, which were still when she saw Yi Chen. Venerable Master Jingguang had his eyes on Yi Chen. His smile turned slightly cold when he saw the little girl in Yi Chen's embrace. "Sir, what did you call me earlier?" What he hated the most was being called a bald donkey. "Esteemed master, this is my friend. He doesn't know any better. I hope you don't mind." Su Yue stood in front of Yi Chen by instinct. At that moment, she could not wait to strangle Yi Chen. She brought Yi Chen here to broaden his horizons. Initially, she thought Yi Chen would be shocked at the very least, if not afraid, after witnessing the battle between ancient martial artists. However, this good-for-nothing had interrupted at a crucial moment and even called Monk Golden Light a darn baldy. That was a martial Tao master, an existence that even the Su family could not ignore. But no matter what, he was her sister's man after all, and she couldn't just stand by and watch him get into trouble. Venerable Master Golden Light frowned. Just as he was about to give up, an indifferent voice rang in his ears once again. "Damned Baldy, do you dare to repeat what you just said?" For a moment, Su Yue was dumbfounded, Venerable Jingguang was dumbfounded, and everyone was dumbfounded. When everyone snapped back to their senses, they looked at Yi Chen as if they were looking at a dead man. This kid was really crazy. Monk Jingguang was so angry that he laughed. Good. Benefactor, you have violated the precept of anger. I suggest that you follow me back to Mount Wutai. Only by eating vegetarian food and praying to Buddha can you dispel the anger in your heart." As his voice fell, he stretched an arm out and charged at Yi Chen like a goshawk. He curled his fingers and grabbed Yi Chen's neck directly. Clearly, he wanted to kill Yi Chen. It was over. Su Yue subconsciously closed her eyes. Yao Yu secretly sighed, and Kai Rong and Shui Yin sneered. Bang! The next moment, with a loud bang, Venerable Master Jingguang's body was sent flying and landed heavily on the grass. How was this possible? Everyone was dumbfounded, their faces filled with shock. Su Yue opened her eyes immediately. She looked at Yi Chen in shock when she saw the scene before her. Disbelief filled her beautiful eyes. The expressions on Yao Yu and the others' faces froze. Venerable Master Jingguang stood up from the ground and glared at Yi Chen. Who exactly are you?" Although Yi Chen did not unleash his full strength, it proved that Yi Chen was an expert. "Didn't you want to send me off?" Yi Chen walked to Venerable Master Jingguang one step after another while carrying the little girl. A mocking smirk appeared at the corner of his lips. "Now I'm here." What are you waiting for?" The people were stunned and could not react at the moment. Venerable Master Jingguang's expression changed. He seemed to have recalled something as he exclaimed in shock, "Why, you're mad Southerny!" Dead silence filled the place as soon as he said that. Subsequently, waves of shock were stirred at the same time. It turned out that the person that they had been waiting for a long time was right next to them. "What? He's mad Southerny?" "Yi Chen, why you?" Su Yue was the most shocked one. Never had she thought that the mad Southerny that she had been looking for was the trash to her. It was hard for her to accept that. Yao Yu sucked in a cold breath. "So he's mad Southerny. No wonder he was lukewarm to me when we first met. No wonder he's still wearing short-sleeved shirts on the snowy mountain." Kai Rong and Shui Yan's faces turned pale. They could barely stand from the shocking reality. "Are you really mad Southerny? Are you an imposter?" Sect leader Tang from the Kongtong sect scoffed at the critical moment. Disbelief filled his face. Yi Chen's image was just too different from the mad Southerny in the rumors. "I almost forgot about you if you didn't say anything. You deserve to die for humiliating my disciple." Yi Chen stretched his arm and grabbed at him. Sect leader Tang's body flew over uncontrollably. "Mad Southerny, let me go." Sect leader Tang was scared out of his wits. He no longer looked like the expert he was before. "Shut up." Yi Chen remained smiling as a bloody mist exploded in his hand. Sect leader, who of the Baji sect, had a drastic change of expression. He turned around in an attempt to run with his inner energy. Where do you think you're going? Die. Yi Chen grabbed at him. Sect leader who had just run over 10 meters away, was grabbed by him. Sect leader who shrieked, "No. Venerable one, save me. Save me. How dare you? So what if you're really mad, Southern Yi? I'm not afraid of you." Venerable Master Jingguang shouted and charged at Yi Chen. Clearly, he was trying to save sect leader who of the Baji sect. Scram! Yi Chen took a step out. Everything within 5 meters with him as the center seemed to be shaking at that moment. A suffocating aura pressed out and swept at Venerable Master Jingguang like a storm. Tui! Venerable Master Jingguang, who was charging at Yi Chen, spat a mouthful of blood from the impact of the aura. He was thrown out directly. Baldy, you don't have to rush to die even if you want to. Don't worry. I'll send you to Buddha after I kill him. Yi Chen smiled coldly. Sect leader who of the Baji sect exploded into a bloody mist in his hand. He did not even manage to shriek. Dead silence filled the place. Yi Chen had killed 2 people consecutively just by lifting his hand. From the beginning to the end, sect leader who of the Baji sect and sect leader Tang of the Kongtong sect could not fight back at all. Su Yue was trembling all over, and she felt her mind trembling. This piece of trash is so powerful. He killed sect leader Tang and sect leader who like he was killing dogs. It was a piece of cake for him. Venerable Master Jingguang lost both times they fought. The rest were dumbstruck. Mad Southern Yi lived up to his name. Yi Chen walked to Xiaoye slowly and lifted his hand to tap on her fair neck. Xiaoye's body shuddered softly, and she regained her ability to move. Her eyes reddened like a child who had done something wrong. Master, I'm sorry. I've embarrassed you. I've even lost my magic tool. Meanwhile, Monk Golden Light cut a sorry figure as he stood up from the ground. He no longer had the image of an eminent monk. He was still holding the bone whip in his hand. You dare to snatch my disciples' things? Yi Chen's face was cold the moment he turned around. Who gave you the guts to do that? Mad Southern Yi, do you really have to go this far? Venerable Master Jingguang's expression was extremely terrible. There was a hint of fear in his eyes. He did not expect Yi Chen to be so ridiculously powerful. Noisy! Yi Chen moved and appeared before him in the next second. Venerable Master Jingguang's expression changed. He wanted to swing the bone whip at Yi Chen by instinct. However, the next moment, the sound of a joint cracking was heard. His right arm, which was holding the bone whip, was cut off at the shoulder, and a large amount of blood gushed out. The pain of losing his arm caused Monk Jingguang to scream in pain. Everyone felt a chill in their hearts. How cruel! Yi Chen crushed his broken arm, and the bone whip flew back to Xiaoye's hand. Thank you, Master, Xiaoye said after sticking her tongue out. My disciple, step aside. I'll show you the real earth-shattering seal. Yi Chen smiled calmly. He performed a seal with both hands quickly after Xiaoye stepped aside. Chapter 153. Divine Punch created in 33 days, the 4th form, Earth-overturning seal. As soon as Yi Chen said that, a terrifying, indescribable power exploded from his hand. An indescribably terrifying power burst out from his hand, directly condensing into a circular seal, from which a burst of dazzling light burst out. A golden word was faintly flashing on the seal. It was the word overturn. The entire ground shook violently. Everyone was almost unable to stand steadily. They were so frightened that their faces turned ashen. It's an earthquake! Many of them retreated over 10 meters away. Run! Venerable Master Jingguang had goosebumps all over his body. He endured the pain of losing his arm and tried to escape. In the next second, the golden seal arrived above his head directly, covering him entirely. Bang! The ground began to crack. A crack appeared beneath his feet. Close! Venerable Master Jingguang shouted in rage. He stomped on the ground hard and performed the same trick, attempting to close the crack by force. However, the crack grew bigger instead. It was approximately 2 meters wide in the end, and it was still widening. Everyone held their breaths and stared blankly at this scene. They could only feel their hearts trembling. Was that even something a human could do? No. As the crack grew bigger, Venerable Master Jingguang fell into it directly. The crack closed quickly and clamped his neck, revealing only his bald head outside. Yi Chen turned around and asked Xiaoya, "My disciple, did you see it clearly?" "That's the power of the earth-overturning seal." "I did, Master." Xiaoya nodded. Venerable Master Jingguang looked at Yi Chen furiously. He was so embarrassed that he wanted to die. "Mad Southern Yi, kill me if you want. Why do you have to torture me? Damn, Baldy, wouldn't it be too easy for you if I let you die so easily?" Yi Chen chuckled and asked, "My disciple, do you have any poisonous goo with you?" "Yes." Xiaoya was slightly stunned. She then saw a green gleam shoot out of her sleeve. It was a little green snake. She looked at the little snake in her palm and said, "Master, this is the heart-devouring goo. It eats the hearts and flesh of living people. They'll turn into pus in a short while." The crowd gasped upon hearing that. Everyone, including Su Yuwei and Yao Yu, exclaimed in surprise. They instinctively felt their scalps tingle, including Su Yuwei and Yao Yu. "You, what do you want to do?" Monk Golden Light's expression changed. "Go." Yi Chen took the little snake and flicked it at Venerable Master Jingguang. The little snake turned into a green gleam and shot at him. It penetrated his bald head. "No." Venerable Master Jingguang was trembling nonstop. His face was filled with pain. "Kill me, Mad Southern Yi. Please kill me," he screamed with all the strength in his body. "Three masters, please attack quickly and kill Mad Southern Yi." Before he could finish speaking, his face began to shrink at a speed visible to the naked eye, and soon turned into a pool of pus and blood. Venerable Master Jingguang, an eminent monk of Mount Wutai and a martial arts grandmaster of a generation, died just like that. Dead silence filled the place. Everyone had fear in their eyes when they looked at Yi Chen and Xiaoya again. Was this a demon? Such vicious methods. Yi Chen glanced at the people expressionlessly. He grinned, revealing his white teeth. "Who else wants to kill me, Yi Chen? Step forward and let me have a look." Gasp! Everyone retreated a few steps back at the same time. Their movements were synchronized, as if they would be implicated if they were a step slower. Su Yuwei had a complicated expression on her face. Is he still that useless piece of trash? Putting aside the fact that he had killed 2 illuminating pulse experts, Venerable Master Jingguang, who was a master, could not fight back at all. The words, "Who else wants to kill me, Yi Chen? Step forward and let me have a look," scared the people to the point that they did not even dare to breathe loudly. They dared not look him in the eye at all. Overbearing, ruthless, decisive, those words came true on him one after another. At that moment, a roar came from the peak of the snow-capped mountain. "Mad Southern Yi, since you're here, come up. You must die today." Everyone lifted their heads to look. They saw a black silhouette standing on the 3rd snow-capped mountain. It was the Jiangbei No. 1 Northern Devil Jiang. "Mad Southern Yi, I, Western Overlord Liu, am here to teach you a lesson for killing my sworn brother. This place will be your burial ground today." On another snow-capped mountain, the Jinsei No. 1, Western Overlord Liu, stood against the wind. He suppressed the entire place, causing the snowstorm around to collapse. Countless people's expressions changed. Yi Chen ignored the duo directly and squinted at the man in green on the 3rd snowy peak. He said coldly, "Are you Eastern Superior, Ning?" "That's me." The azure-robed man openly admitted it. Yi Chen said wryly, "Big Dog Jiang is avenging his father-in-law, while Lu Ergu is avenging his sworn brother. I'm curious, why are you doing this? Are you tired of living? As soon as he said that, everyone was stunned at first, then astonished. Big Dog Jiang, Second Dog Lu, they were two famous martial Dao masters. However, Yi Qin referred to them as Big Dog and Ergo. Then wouldn't Eastern Superior Ning be Third Dog Ning? Puchi! Su Yuwei couldn't help but burst into laughter. Yao Yu, who was beside her, tried to hold back her laughter. She looked as if she wanted to laugh, but didn't dare to. Yi Chen's voice was neither loud nor soft, but Northern Devil Jiang and Western Overlord Lu heard every single word he said. Their faces twitched hard for a few times, and the killing intent on their bodies grew even stronger. Eastern Superior Ning, who was on the snowy peak, frowned and said slowly, "Mad Southern Yi, you're too arrogant and overbearing. I can't sit back and watch." "Sure." Yi Qin looked at him coldly. "Seeing that we have no grudge between us, I'll give you a chance now. Scram within 3 breaths, or I'll kill you." "How dare you, Mad Southern Yi? You're indeed mad. I'll give you a chance too. If you kneel and kowtow to us to apologize, I'll consider leaving your body in one piece." Eastern Superior Ning was enraged by what he said. He was an arrogant person, but never had he thought that Yi Chen would be even more arrogant than him. Forget that Yi Chen fought 3 of them on his own. He even dared to say something like that. "Brother Ning, why are you wasting your breath on someone who's about to die?" Northern Devil Jiang interrupted him and looked at Yi Qin in a condescending manner. "Mad Southern Yi, let me ask you one last time. Do you regret it? You're just a loser. I beat you up like a dog back then. Where did you get the courage to be so arrogant today?" Yi Qin snickered and took a step out. He stepped into the air directly with that one step. Subsequently, he charged at the snowy peak that was midair like an arrow that left the bow. Perhaps it was because he was too fast. A snow wave that was up to 1,000 meters long was stirred behind him. It was like a white waterfall stirring the wind and clouds. There were 13 snowy peaks on the Jade Dragon Snow Mountain. Among them, the one that Northern Devil Jiang was sitting on was the highest. Yi Qin moved and charged directly at Northern Devil Jiang, who was at the highest peak. He slapped his palm out. Scram! Before the palm landed, a series of explosions came from the peak where Northern Devil Jiang was. It seemed like it would collapse at any time. Bang! Northern Devil Jiang's expression changed as a loud thud came. He leaped out immediately, and there was a deep pit where he was earlier. Yi Chen landed on the highest peak. He looked like an ancient god that was looking down on everyone. His extremely cold voice was filled with intense killing intent. 3 old dogs, come and accept your death. Chapter 154. On the vast Jade Dragon Snow Mountain. Tens of thousands of miles of ice, sparkling and translucent like jade. The 13 snowy peaks were like 13 sharp swords that pierced through the clouds. Everyone blankly stared at the silhouette on the highest peak. He was skinny but tall. His silhouette seemed tiny compared to the massive snow mountain, but he was also so conspicuous, as if he was a rock that stood proudly to protect the mountains. 3 old dogs, come and accept your death. An extremely domineering and arrogant voice reverberated in everyone's mind like rolling thunder. Su Yuwei had a complicated expression in her pretty eyes. The trash that she had once thought of as trash was someone that she had to look up to now. Kill! The 3 masters shouted at the same time. The aura on their bodies skyrocketed, causing the temperature of the entire snow mountain to drop significantly. In the next second, Dragon Elephant Prajna Fist. Northern Devil Jiang threw a punch out as killing intent skyrocketed in his eyes. Cold Hell Palm. Western Absolute Lu grabbed the snow mountain next to him. A thick layer of ice formed in his palm. It was condensing chi into ice. One could tell that his inner energy was powerful. Cloud-piercing kick. Eastern Superior Ning kicked out. A green gleam appeared on the tip of his foot. It was like a sword that tore the air beneath his feet into half. The three of them moved at the same time. They leaped from the snow-capped peak directly and charged at Yi Chen from 3 different directions while stepping in the air. Everyone's hearts were in their throats. They could not help but feel their hearts in their throats. Xiao Yu carried the little girl with a serious expression on her pretty face. Although they were far away, she could still feel the immense pressure coming from the air. Could Master take it? Su Yue bit her lip hard as worry appeared in her pretty eyes. Before this, she thought she was still a stranger to mad Southern Yi. Therefore, she was watching the battle from the sidelines. However, she could no longer maintain her calmness after finding out that Yi Chen was mad Southern Yi. Yi Chen did not move as everyone watched in shock. He merely looked coldly at the 3 masters who were charging at him with powerful energy. Is he going to take it head-on? Someone exclaimed by instinct. The people could not help but open their eyes wide when they heard that. Is he out of his mind? That was an all-out attack from 3 grandmasters. Under such an attack, not to mention a person, even a mountain could be blown up, right? The next moment, the attacks from the 3 masters landed on Yi Chen accurately, causing the snow mountain to shake. Countless snowflakes were thrown into the sky, blurring everyone's vision. When the snow fell to the ground, the people realized that Yi Chen was sandwiched between the 3 masters. Punches, palms, and kicks were landing on him. Meanwhile, Yi Chen looked as usual. He did not seem to be hurt at all. How was this possible? Northern Devil Jiang, Western Overlord Lu, Eastern Superior Ning, and the rest looked at each other. They saw the shock in each other's eyes. The combined strength of 3 grandmasters was actually fine. Wasn't his physical body a little too strong? Are you done playing? Now it's my turn. Before they could react, Yi Chen chuckled softly. An overbearing power exploded from his body all of a sudden. The power was like a flash flood. With Yi Chen as the center, it swept out in all directions in an unstoppable manner. The first 3 grandmasters only felt a wave of energy rushing towards them, and their bodies flew out uncontrollably. Bang! In the distance, 3 snow-capped peaks that were 50 meters tall were shaken by this force. They broke in the middle and collapsed backwards like a mountain range. An endless sea of snow covered the sky and covered the earth as it rolled down. The people on the ground could not help but inhale sharply when they witnessed that. It was an avalanche. Fortunately, the avalanche was coming from the other side of the snow-capped peaks. Otherwise, the bunch of people might have been killed. The 3 grandmasters were forced back more than 100 meters. When they finally stabilized themselves, their faces were filled with shock. Northern Devil Jiang could not stop coughing. He said, while suppressing the shock inside of him after wiping the blood at the corner of his lips. Guys, this man's ability has become more powerful again. We can't hold back anymore. Gather sand into a tower. Consolidate. Western Overlord Lu shrieked and clenched his fist. A sound of ice breaking came. The snow on the ground consolidated into icicles that were as thick as an adult's thigh at that moment. There were up to 100 of them, and they had a cold gleam in their eyes. The icicles soared into the sky directly. They were lined up neatly as if they were tens of thousands of arrows on a bow. At the same time, Ice River's descent. Northern Devil Jiang performed a hand seal quickly, and a terrifying energy exploded. The snow and wind around gathered together. Within the blink of an eye, 5 ice walls were formed above his head. 5 walls of ice condensed above his head, each wall several zhang tall. Mountain-suppressing fist. Eastern Superior Ning took a deep breath and sank his qi into his dantian. He quickly performed countless fist shadows. Each of the fist shadows turned into solid ice fists as soon as they came into contact with the cold air. There were approximately 100 of them at first glance. Kill. Northern Devil Jiang took the lead to attack. As he waved, the 5 ice walls above his head charged at Yi Chen at high speed. Each ice wall surrounded Yi Chen from a different direction. He only revealed the front, clearly intending to trap Yi Qin. Western Overlord Lu and Eastern Superior Ning attacked at the same time. Up to 100 icicles and ice fists shot at Yi Qin like tens of thousands of arrows. The three grandmasters are trying to trap mad Southern Yi and kill him. Someone on the ground could not help but inhale sharply. Su Youwei's pretty face panicked upon hearing that. Anyone could tell that Northern Devil Jiang and the other two had discussed this beforehand. Northern Devil Jiang would trap Yi Qin with the ice walls so that it would take Western Overlord Lu and Eastern Superior Ning's icicles and ice fists head-on. Each icicle could pierce through an armored tank, let alone up to 100 of them. How could Yi Qin take them all? Shui Yan and Kai Rong smirked by instinct. This mad Southern Yi is dead this time. As soon as they were done speaking, the duo sensed a killing intent coming from next to them. They saw Xiao Yi glaring at them coldly. I'll kill the two of you if you pieces of *T say another word. Shui Yan and Kai Rong's expressions changed, and they shut their mouths immediately. Since you guys have chosen the snow mountain as your burial ground, I'll kill you guys with snow. Yi Qin took a step out as he faced the three masters' attacks. He extended his arm and grabbed the air. All the wind and snow within a kilometer radius gathered at that moment. They transformed into a giant white sword behind Yi Qin all of a sudden. The giant sword was like a dragon as it flew across the sky. The sword chi around it traveled 300 meters. Break it, as Yi Qin thought to himself. The giant sword that was more than 10 meters long behind him released a sword hum. As if it was alive, it charged at the ice walls that were coming at him with a howling sword chi. Bang, 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 a series of loud thuds came. The 6 ice walls that Northern Devil Jiang consolidated were broken by the giant sword. The sword's power did not decrease at all, as if it was going to break heaven and earth. The 10,000 icicles and ice fists were destroyed one after another. How is that possible? Northern Devil Jiang's expression changed drastically. He did not expect the attack that the three of them consolidated with all of their true energy to be destroyed by Yi Qin's sword at all. The giant sword was like a white dragon. It returned to Yi Qin after circling around. Yi Qin held the sword hilt and took a step out. He slashed at Northern Devil Jiang, who was the closest to him. He gathered the snow that filled the sky and turned it into a giant sword. On the day that the giant sword was formed, why not kill a grandmaster as a sacrifice? It was considered his first time fighting back. It would be fine if he did not attack, but as soon as he attacked, his sword would be like thunder. Die! Northern Devil Jiang had goosebumps all over his body at that moment. He gathered all of the true energy in his body and dodged quickly. However, the giant sword was too big. No matter how fast he was still within the giant sword's attack range. Northern Devil Jiang was furious. No. As the sword swept across, he was sliced into half by the sword. Bright red blood splattered into the sky. It was glaring and devastating in the snowy sky. At that moment, the entire place was filled with dead silence. Shock, absolute shock. The Jiangbei No. 1, Northern Devil Jiang, was dead. The three masters thought that Yi Qin would definitely die when they teamed up. Never had they thought that Yi Qin would kill one of them instead. They would not have believed it if they had not seen it with their own eyes. Western Overlord Lu and Eastern Superior Ning were in shock too. A chill rose in their hearts as they watched Northern Devil Jiang's body that was sliced into half fall at a high speed. The duo jolted and saw Yi Qin's cold stare when they snapped back to their senses. It's your turn now. Chapter 155. At that moment, the entire Jade Dragon Snow Mountain returned to silence again. Everyone looked at the skinny silhouette in the sky blankly. They had no idea if it was an illusion, but they felt that the snow mountain was getting colder. Although their bodies were cold, their hearts were burning. Northern Devil Jiang was dead. Would the remaining two masters be far from death? The three of them could not hurt him even when they worked together. Now that there were only two of them, how could they be his match? Tiannan's mad Southerny, you live up to your name. Eastern Superior Ning's heart sank as he sensed Yi Chen's cold stare. His hands that were behind his back were shaking slightly. Yes, he was afraid. Among Yuan Bupo, Northern Devil Jiang, Western Overlord Lu, and unquestionable Jian, Eastern Superior Ning was the proudest and most conceited person. He knew that not many people in China were worthy of his respect. However, he was really afraid at that moment. The three of them worked together to fight him, but he dealt with them with ease. Not only was he fine, but he even killed Northern Devil Jiang. Compared to him, Western Overlord Lu's expression was much more terrible. He glared deadly at Yi Chen as the regret in his heart grew stronger. This guy is only 30 years old, but he's already so powerful. How many people in China can suppress him? I can't do what I did today. I can't risk my life for a dead man. Western Overlord Lu made up his mind as he thought to this point. He clasped his fists at Yi Chen from far away. Mad Southerny, I think we can resolve the conflict between us. Why don't we stop now? Don't worry, I won't hold a grudge against you. The crowd gasped as soon as he was done speaking. The crowd on the ground was in an uproar. Their faces were filled with disbelief, and they felt dizzy. Western Overlord Lu is admitting defeat. The three masters were confident when they worked together. However, such a thing happened. It would definitely stir up a storm if the news spread. On the other hand, some of them nodded and secretly praised Western Overlord Lu for what he did. After all, a man should know when to yield. Moreover, if Western Overlord Lu took the initiative to admit defeat, Mad Southerny would definitely stop fighting. Otherwise, the two masters would fight him to the death. Su Youwei's beautiful eyes gleamed. Yi Chen, oh, Yi Chen, you've given me too many surprises. I thought you were just a piece of trash. Who would have thought that you're the Mad Southerny that I've been looking for? I thought you might not be the three masters' match. Who would have thought that you wouldn't be at a disadvantage facing the three of them? You killed Northern Devil Jiang Bei just by lifting your arm. You've even forced Western Overlord Lu to admit defeat. Western Overlord Lu admitted defeat. Just as everyone was shaking their heads and thinking that the battle was over, they heard a sneer in the air. Eastern Overlord Yi Chen looked at Western Overlord Lu as a mocking smirk appeared at the corner of his lips. Aren't you going to avenge your sworn brother? Didn't you say that this snowy mountain would be my burial ground? Western Overlord Lu's smile froze as he secretly cursed Yi Chen. However, he said while smiling, Brother Yi, you're powerful. I'm ashamed of my own inferiority, and I'm very impressed. Eastern both. Chin said, Su, I Southern Mountain, Dragon both, young Southern Lord. King R. If we continue to fight, both of us will be injured. Since that's the case, let's call it a day and have a drink. Eastern Superior Ning looked grim. It was a silent agreement. The so-called pride and dignity of Western Overlord Lu was fragile in the face of life. Western Overlord Lu spoke again. Brother Yi, brother! Yi Chen interrupted him directly and looked at him extremely coldly. How dare a piece of trash like you call me brother? Since you know that I'm more powerful than you, you should kneel and accept your death. You. Western Overlord Lu was enraged. Those who want to kill me, Yi Chen, must die. None of them will live. You guys are no exception. Yi Chen's cold voice carried no emotion at all. Moreover, the Southern Killer and the Northern Devil are dead. Eastern Superior and Western Overlord are the only ones left. Since that's the case, what's the point of living? How dare you, Mad Southerny? Do you really think that we're afraid of you? You forced me to do this. Western Overlord Lu shrieked in rage. Madness flashed through his face. Subsequently, he took out a red medicine bottle and poured it into his mouth after removing the cork. On the other hand, Yi Chun was sizing him up with interest. To be exact, he was sizing up the red medicine bottle, because the moment the cork was opened, he smelled a violent aura. The next moment, Western Overlord Lu's body expanded tremendously. The clothes on his body were torn into pieces, revealing his arms that looked like horned dragons. His chest was puffed up as well. Meanwhile, his aura also rose several times, making him look like a ferocious beast in human form. "Brother Ning, what are you waiting for?" Western Overlord Lu looked at Eastern Superior Ning next to him. His eyes were bloodshot and filled with madness. Eastern Superior Ning sighed softly. He took out a red medicine bottle and swallowed all the liquid inside. Soon, he transformed just like Western Overlord Lu. Seeing the scene, on the ground, Su Yue was taken aback at first, then her pretty face changed. This is the reagent of the Celestial Research Institute? How did they get it?" "This is your trump card." Yi Chun chuckled. It was undeniable that Northern Devil Jiang, Western Overlord Lu, and Eastern Superior Ning were very powerful. Their abilities were on par with Mastery Stage Spirit Assembly cultivators. If they were regular cultivators, it would be hard to tell who would win if they fought them one-on-one. However, they were unlucky to have encountered Yi Chun. Yi Chun was a heavenly emperor, so he could cast all kinds of spells easily. He could understand the so-called cultivation methods just by looking at them. Moreover, he had the physical body of an immortal venerable. This was his greatest reliance and trump card. As long as he was not targeted by the advanced technology of Earth, such as atomic bombs, he would not be injured. His whole body was like steel bars and bones. "Mad Southern Yi, you forced us to do this." Western Overlord Lu's long hair danced in the wind. He moved and charged at Yi Chun at the same time as Eastern Superior Ning. They were even faster than before. Yi Chun did not panic at all. He curled his fingers into a fist. His fist was covered in an extremely overbearing power, exuding a destructive aura. His entire fist was filled with a golden glow, making heaven and earth lose their color. Divine Punch created in 33 days the sixth form, Shock Hammer. As his voice fell, a terrifying force spread out with Yi Chun as the center. It extended for 1,000 meters. Snow-capped mountains collapsed one after another. The avalanche did not stop, causing the expressions on the ground to change. Yi Chun shouted and threw an extremely simple punch. There were no fancy movements at all. But Western Overlord Lu and Western Overlord Lu, who were 100 meters away, were shocked. In their pupils, he felt a golden fist growing larger and larger, like the hand of the heavens. Not good. Western Overlord Lu and Eastern Superior Ning had a drastic change of expression. They threw a punch with all of their strength and activated their protective chi barrier at the same time. They seemed to be trying to dissolve the power of Yi Chun's punch. Bang! However, the next moment, Yi Chun's fist was like a knife cutting through tofu. It broke through their protective chi barrier directly and landed hard on Eastern Superior Ning, who was at the front. Pooh! Eastern Superior Ning's face turned pale as he spat out a mouthful of blood. His body, which had been polished under the waterfall for decades and was strong enough to withstand the continuous fire of an automatic rifle, shattered with a loud bang, directly exploding into a cloud of blood mist. Not even his bones were left. It looked like a blooming cuckoo. The people on the ground held their breaths when they saw that. They felt like they were fainting before their eyes. Eastern Superior Ning was dead. The second martial Tao master after Northern Devil Jiang was dead. That was not all. Although Western Overlord Lu had split part of his power, Western Overlord Lu, who was at the back, did not feel good either. His chest had caved in by 5 centimeters, and a fist mark had appeared on his back. Bang! Western Overlord Lu wanted to dissolve the power by instinct, but his entire right arm exploded. Run, I must run. The immense pain stimulated his will to live. Ignoring the pain of his broken arm, he suddenly turned around and took a step forward. It was as if he had grown wings, and in an instant he had leaped more than 100 feet away. The people on the ground were dumbstruck. They were so shocked that their eyeballs almost popped out of their sockets. Is Western Overlord Lu running? Yi Chen had a majestic aura as if he was the reincarnation of the god of war. He chased after Western Overlord Lu while stepping in the air. I've told you that none of the people that I, Yi Chen, want to kill will live. You'll still die even if I chase after you for 1,000 miles. Chapter 156. The three masters teamed up to kill Yi Chen. However, Northern Devil Zhang died at the beginning of the battle, followed by Eastern Superior Ning and Western Overlord Lu, who were severely injured. The duo's death had completely triggered Western Overlord Lu. Since he had drunk the medicine, he burned his true energy with all his might to escape. Yi Chen was not in a hurry. He followed behind them at a steady pace. He wanted to see who else dared to step forward to save them. Dianan Spring City. There were more than 10 luxury cars parked on the mountain road leading to the Jade Dragon Snow Mountain. Among them, a Rolls-Royce Phantom and a Pagani stood out the most. Beside the convoy stood 2 middle-aged men. If Yi Chen were here, he would definitely see them. They were Chao Tianba from the Dianan wealthy family, the Chao family, and Zhao Jinming from the Zhao family. However, as the three masters challenged Yi Chen, these people did not have high hopes for him. Therefore, they announced that they were cutting ties with him, drawing a line between them. However, Chao Tianba and Zhao Jinming's faces were gloomy as they glanced in the direction of the Jade Dragon Snow Mountain from time to time. In the end, a young man beside them couldn't help but ask, "Dad, Uncle Zhao, who do you think will win this battle on the Snow Mountain?" As soon as he said that, Chao Tianba and Zhao Jinming looked at each other and saw the smile in each other's eyes. It doesn't matter who wins. What's important is that we can't lose, Zhao Jinming said meaningfully. The young man was confused. He could only look at Zhao Jinming. "Uncle Zhao, I don't quite understand what you're saying. All the wealthy families in Dianan have betrayed Mad Southern Yi. If he wins, we can imagine what will happen to us." Zhao Jinming smiled and said nothing. Chao Tianba shook his head and said, "Jiahao, let me ask you. If Mad Southern Yi really wins, will they kill all the wealthy families that betrayed him?" "I don't think so, but," Chao Jiahao said thoughtfully. "No buts." Chao Tianba interrupted him. "Your Uncle Zhao is right. No matter who wins, we can't lose. If the three masters win, then our betrayal of Mad Southern Yi will be the right thing to do. We won't have to bear the wrath of the three masters. If Mad Southern Yi wins, we'll shamelessly go up to him and bow our heads to him. We'll find an excuse at the same time. As the saying goes, the law doesn't punish the masses. Mad Southern, you won't be able to do anything to us." At this point, Chao Tianba revealed a cunning smile. "Jiahao, this is the reason why my Chao family has been standing tall all this time. Brother Chao is right. How can a mere young man like Mad Southern Yi fight us?" Zhao Jinming, who was at the side, smiled lightly and said, "Moreover, Mad Southern Yi has no chance of winning against the three masters. Let's wait patiently. I believe the result will be out soon." Just as they were talking, they noticed a silhouette dashing toward them from the mountains 300 meters away. "It's Western Overlord Lu." Someone immediately recognized the other party's identity. Why did he come out? Chao Tianba was stunned at first. Then he revealed an expression as if he had expected it. Could it be that the three masters won and Mad Southern Yi died? "Brother Chao, let's go congratulate Master Lu," Zhao Jinming said, and took the initiative to welcome Western Overlord Lu, who was running toward them with over 10 bodyguards. Seeing that Zhao Jinming was being so courteous, Chao Tianba secretly cursed him for being a cunning old fox and immediately caught up with him. At that moment, Western Overlord Lu was only 100 meters away from them. "Greetings, Master Lu." Chao Tianba and Zhao Jinming bowed to Western Overlord Lu, who was far away. They said while clasping their fists, "Congratulations, Master Lu, for killing Mad Southern Yi. After this battle, Master Lu's name will definitely be the best in China." The tens of people behind them said in unison, "Greetings, Master Lu!" "Get lost." Western Overlord Lu screamed when he saw that his path was blocked. "Dad, something's wrong." At that moment, Chao Jiahao said all of a sudden, "Guys, look, Master Lu's hand." The people lifted their heads to look by instinct. They saw that Western Overlord Lu's left arm was gone, and he was covered in blood. His chest was deeply sunken, and he looked extremely clumsy. He turned his head to look as he ran. He looked panicked, as if he was being chased. What was going on? At that moment, Chao Tianba, Zhao Jinming, and everyone else were dumbstruck. The three masters were defeated? How was that possible? "Those who stand in my way will die." Western Overlord Lu screamed and slapped them hard with a single palm. He had been running from the Jade Dragon Snow Mountain to Spring City for over 300 kilometers. Yi Chen had been chasing him for over 300 kilometers too. Who would have thought that at such a crucial moment, Chao Tianba and the rest coming to welcome him was no different from blocking his way. Coupled with the flattery, it was no different from mockery and humiliation to Western Overlord Lu's ears. "I can't kill Mad Southern Yi. Can't I kill you bunch of trash?" His killing intent skyrocketed. Western Overlord Lu smashed Chao Jiahao's head with his palm. Seeing this scene, Chao Tianba reacted and roared with his eyes wide open. "No." Zhao Jinming shuddered and made a prompt decision. "Kill him! Quick, kill him!" The tens of bodyguards charged at Western Overlord Lu one after another as if they had just woken up from a dream. They clearly wanted to beat him up when he was down. Die. Lu Shijue was enraged. He slammed his palm again with a fierce force and created a huge pit on the ground. The tens of people who charged over did not even have the time to scream before their corpses were obliterated. Even the head of the Zhao family, Zhao Jinming, had died. This was the power of a guru. Chao Tianba was hit by the energy and was sent flying. He spat out a mouthful of internal organs and clotted blood. His eyes glazed over. Why? How did this happen? He did not understand how the situation had turned out this way, and he had never expected it. Western Overlord Lu glared at him coldly as if he wanted to kill him. All of a sudden, he looked behind him and his expression changed drastically. He then leaped forward again. After he left, a thin voice leaped out from the forest. Chao Tianba, who was on the verge of death, narrowed his eyes as if he had seen his savior. "My lord, save me, I don't want to die." Yi Chen stopped walking and looked around. Eventually, he fixed his gaze on him. His expression was extremely cold. "I will never save a traitor." Tui. Chao Tianba spat another mouthful of blood and died on the spot. The prestigious Dianan wealthy family, the Chao family, had died just like that. He did not even have the chance to settle the score with Yi Chen. If he had another chance to choose, he would definitely not choose to betray Yi Chen. He would not have done that if he had known this would happen. Yi Chen shook his head and chased after Western Overlord Lu. He could sense Western Overlord Lu's aura along the way. "Western Overlord Lu, I've told you that you won't be able to escape even if you're 1,000 miles away." Chapter 157. Tiannan, Lin City, the Gu Residence's living room. Gu Junwei, who was in his military uniform, was chatting with the old master on the couch. Compared to his calmness, old master Gu had a lot on his mind. Gu Ying stood aside and paced around with her arms crossed. She would look out of the window from time to time as if she was waiting for something. Gu Junwei picked up the military cap on the table and put it on his head after picking up a call. He said to old Master Gu, while smiling. "Dad, I still have something to do in the army. I'll head back first." "So soon?" The old master was shocked at first. Then he sighed and said, "Why don't you leave after the battle at the Snow Mountain is over?" "There's no need to wait." Gu Junwei's expression turned slightly grim. He shook his head and said, "The ending has been decided since the beginning. There's no need to waste your time on a dead man." He turned around and walked out of the villa in determination after saying that, but he was secretly scoffing. Although Master Yi was powerful, he only had a small reputation in the martial arts world. It was good enough that he, a colonel, thought highly of Master Yi. Only his father and Ying would be overly enthusiastic about him. Seeing that he was determined to leave, the old master and Gu Ying followed him immediately. They sent him to the entrance of the villa where a jeep was parked. At that moment, a black BMW stopped by the road. As the car door opened, Ahu in a suit walked out quickly. He could not hide the shock on his face. How was it?" the old master asked immediately. He had sent Ahu out to find out about the battle at the Snow Mountain. Since he was back, it meant that the battle had ended. Ahu could not help but look at Gu Junwei next to him. He wanted to say something, but hesitated. Seeing that, Gu Junwei secretly shook his head and was about to get into the car. To him, the so-called master, you must have lost. Otherwise, Ahu would not look like that. "Brother Hu, how is it? Tell me now. I'm so worried." Gu Ying was stomping her feet in anxiety. She wanted to beat him up badly. Ahu's lips trembled violently. "He won. Master Yi won." As soon as he was done speaking, Gu Junwei, who had just turned around, staggered. He turned his head to look at Ahu in disbelief. What did you say?" "Who won?" "Grandmaster Yi won." Ahu repeated again and took a deep breath in. He enunciated word for word. 2 hours ago, Master Yi fought the 3 masters on the Jade Dragon Snow Mountain. Master Yi killed Northern Devil Jiang with a swing of his sword and crushed Eastern Superior Ning with a punch. One of Western Overlord Lu's arms was severed and he was severely injured. He fled for thousands of miles, but Master Yi chased after him for thousands of miles. "What?" Gu Junwei exclaimed, his face filled with horror. Old Master Gu's body trembled slightly. Not only did Grandmaster Yi win, he even killed 2 Grandmasters in a row. He even hunted Western Overlord Lu for 1,000 miles. Gu Ying covered her red lips as her chest heaved up and down. If he didn't know Ahu's character, the old master would even think that he was lying. Killing Northern Devil Jiang with a swing of his sword and killing Eastern Superior Ning with a punch. Could a human do all of that? They were 3 martial Dao Grandmasters. Why were 2 dead and 1 crippled after encountering Grandmaster Yi? The old man suppressed the shock in his heart and said, "Huzi, don't be agitated. Tell us everything clearly." "I'm afraid it's too late." Ahu shook his head, not knowing whether to laugh or to cry. He revealed another piece of shocking news. Western Overlord Lu has fled to the beach. He seems to be trying to escape by boat, but Grandmaster Yi has caught up with him. "Let's go and take a look." Gu Junwei was the first to wave and subsequently got into the jeep. The old master and the rest did not want to be left behind. They got into the jeep one after another, and the jeep subsequently drove towards the beach at a high speed. Tianan Coast. A speedboat was speeding on the river at a crazy speed. The speedboat was filled with people. There were approximately 20 to 30 of them in total, and they were all black people. Each of them was holding an automatic rifle in their hands. Meanwhile, there was even a heavy machine gun at the back of the boat. Da, da, da. The deafening gunshots covered the sound of the speedboat's engine directly. The bullet shells were flying everywhere in the wind and waves. "Stop him, stop him. We mustn't let him catch up with us." Western Overlord Lu stood at the bow of the boat and looked approximately 100 meters to the southeast behind the speedboat with shock written all over his face. There was a slender silhouette standing on the river with his arms behind his back. He was following the speedboat closely within a 100-meter range. No matter how the river beneath his feet was rolling, his body could not be shaken at all. The most shocking thing was there were at least tens of bullets hitting him every second, but he did not look like he was injured at all. The fishermen who were hiding around were stunned to see that. Many of them even began worshipping Yi Chen on the boat. Bullets could not hurt him at all. Oh my God, is he still human? At that moment, an air-piercing sound came from far away. Subsequently, a military helicopter flew over from a corner of the coast at a high speed. However, the helicopter dared not get closer. It maintained its distance from the speedboat's effective shooting range. There were 4 people sitting on the helicopter. They were Old Master Gu and the rest. Grandpa, look. It's really Grandmaster Yi. Gu Yingying looked down from the helicopter with her headphones on. She was surprised to see Yi Chen on the sea. Old Master Gu was shocked to see Yi Chen blocking the bullets with his body alone. However, he regretted it more than anything. Unfortunately, my Gu family betrayed him at such a crucial time. Dad, it's my fault. Gu Junwei looked blankly at the silhouette on the sea and exhaled heavily. I was being a snob earlier. I can't believe that Master Yi is so powerful. If he still had a hint of disbelief when he heard about Yi Chen's battle record earlier, he was filled with shock and admiration now. Grandpa, where did those black men come from? Gu Yingying had her eyes on the bunch of people who were shooting on the speedboat. Just when the old master was going to speak, Gu Junwei, who was standing aside, suddenly said, "They're from the mafia. The leader is called Koba. He's wanted in our country since he entered the country without permission. I can't believe that he's with Western Overlord Lu now. It seems like they're trying to bring Western Overlord Lu out of the country. This bunch of people is extremely arrogant. Forget about them entering the country illegally. They even dare to shoot in our country's sea territory. We can't let them run away. Otherwise, what will happen to our country's dignity?" Gu Junwei's expression was extremely terrible. Subsequently, he took out his phone and made a call. "I'm Gu Junwei. Help me contact Commander Lu of the Navy. Yes, there are mafia members in the sea southeast of Lin City. Get them to send people to stop them immediately. The coordinates are east." A while later, Ahu, who was piloting the helicopter, said all of a sudden, "Old Master, this is bad. America's sea territory is 2,000 meters away. We can't go any further. Get Master Yi to stop now." The old master's expression changed. He knew about territory. As soon as they entered America's sea territory, there would be immeasurable consequences. He looked out of the window immediately as he thought to this point. He shouted at Yi Chen, who was on the sea, "Master Yi, we can't go any further. America's sea territory is 2,000 meters away." Chapter 158. Yi Chen lifted his head to glance at them and said calmly, "Don't worry. I can kill all of these pieces of trash within 2,000 meters. As soon as he was done speaking, the old master and the rest on the helicopter were shocked. The old master and the rest on the helicopter were shocked. There were only 2,000 meters left, and the speedboat was still moving forward at a crazy speed. It could travel 10 meters every second. It would take 200 seconds to travel 2,000 meters, which meant that they would arrive at America's territorial waters in slightly over 3 minutes. Was it possible to kill 20 to 30 people on the speedboat within 3 minutes? Moreover, the other party was shooting at them continuously. Ha ha ha. At the same time, Western Overlord Lu's hysterical laughter came from the speedboat. "Mad Southern Yi, you've been chasing me for 1,000 miles. I'll step into America's territorial waters in less than 2,000 meters. By then, you won't dare to kill me even if I'm standing before you. Let me ask you, what can you do to me?" His words were filled with boundless pride. Meanwhile, the 30 people on the speedboat stopped shooting. Instead, they gave Yi Chen all sorts of middle fingers and could not stop cursing. Come here, sick man of East Asia. Yellow skin dog, I'm waiting for you. Come and kill me if you can. Monkey trash from China. Not only did we enter your country without permission, but we're also leaving in broad daylight. What can you do to us? Be *starred. Old Master Gu and Gu Junwei were enraged. They could not help but curse. Both of them were soldiers. To soldiers, the country's honor was more important than anything else. Ahu, give me a gun. I'll kill them today. The old master was shaking in anger. He was dying to jump off the helicopter and fight them. Gu Junwei pulled him back immediately. Dad, don't be rash. We can only see if Division Commander Liu and the rest can make it in time. Clearly, even he did not have much hope for Yi Qin. Western Overlord Liu's vicious voice came from the speedboat again. Mad Southerny, I'll be back one day. I heard that you have a daughter, right? Don't worry, I'll definitely love her after I catch her. I'll let her experience what it's like to be a woman. Congratulations, ignorant old Liu. You've successfully angered me. From now on, the game ends. A ferocious gleam flashed through Yi Chen's eyes as soon as he said that. The aura on his body suddenly skyrocketed. His voice shook several kilometers, causing waves to rise on the surface of the sea. Even though Old Man Gu and the others had put on their headphones, they still felt their eardrums ringing. When he looked again, however, Yi Qin took a step forward. The seawater beneath his feet rumbled and huge waves were stirred up. Fire! Quick, fire! Stop him! Western Overlord Liu's heart jolted, and he immediately ordered. The 30 black men on the speedboat picked up the guns on the boat and began shooting at Yi Qin. Even an atomic bomb can't kill me, Yi Qin. A mere rifle is nothing. The killing intent in Yi Chen's eyes skyrocketed. He actually took the initiative to face the rain of bullets that were shot at him. In the next moment, a shocking scene appeared. The densely packed bullets in the air suddenly stopped when they were about to reach Yi Qin. It was as if a pair of invisible hands had caught them. A bunch of black dogs. Yi Qin, will send you guys to God today. Die! Yi Qin slapped hard, and the countless bullets that were frozen in the air flew back. As the sound of bullets piercing through flesh came, the heads of the 30 black men on the speedboat exploded at the same time. The heads of the 30 black men on the speedboat exploded at the same time. Blood mixed with brain matter flowed out, and their bodies fell heavily into the sea. What? Gu Yingying and the rest were horrified. Even Gu Junwei watched that with his eyes wide open in disbelief. It was shocking enough that Yi Chen was not afraid of bullets, but he could control bullets too. If there were a few people like Yi Chen in a battle involving tens of thousands of people, it would be a massacre. Whoosh! A bullet was fired at him. Western Overlord Liu extended his arm to block it by instinct. The bullet pierced through his right palm directly and pierced through his chest again. Run, I must run. I can't die here. There's still 1,000 meters left. He can't kill me as long as I enter America's territorial waters. Western Overlord Liu was shocked. He controlled the speedboat while suppressing the pain on his body. He turned the engine to the maximum and drove forward at a high speed. There was a warship parked 1,000 meters away at the moment. There were 13 red flags hanging on the warship. It was a critical moment. He inserted all of the true energy in his body into the speedboat. The speedboat was like an arrow that was released from a bow. It traveled 50 meters away within the blink of an eye. It traveled 500 meters away within the span of a few breaths. Oh no, he's leaving the territorial waters. Gu Junwei's expression changed. At that moment, 2 military helicopters flew over hundreds of meters behind the helicopter. There was a Chinese warship sailing slowly below the helicopters. Western Overlord Liu, there's nowhere for you to go today. You must die. Yi Qin stepped on the waves and moved like the wind on the sea, like a cannonball. He caught up with the speedboat when it was less than 50 meters away from America's territorial waters. He subsequently threw a punch at the speedboat. No. Sensing the bone-piercing killing intent coming from behind, Western Overlord Lu had goosebumps all over his body. However, he dared not slow down. 200 meters. No. I can't die. Boom. As Yi Chen's punch landed, the entire speedboat exploded and turned into a ball of fire. On the other hand, Western Overlord Lu leaped onto the surface of the sea right away. He did not stop and rushed toward the military ship with all his might. He shouted as he ran, "Save me! Save me!" He didn't know if his cry for help was heard by the warship in the distance. Then an alarm sounded from the warship, first in English, then in Chinese. "Hua National, you are about to enter our country's territorial waters. Please stop immediately. Please stop immediately. I'm an American citizen. Please save me, Colonel Hill. Someone's trying to kill me." Western Overlord Lu took out a little green book and waved it at the military vessel as he ran. Hearing this, Gu Yingying, who was in the helicopter, could not help but curse. This old thing is so shameless. He secretly became an American citizen. Traitor, you deserve to die. Old man Gu was filled with righteous indignation. As soon as Western Overlord Lu was done speaking, a man in a Navy uniform walked out of the military ship. He spoke fluent Mandarin. "Sir, since you're our nation's citizen, we have the responsibility to protect you. Please come here immediately." Western Overlord Lu could not help but reveal joy on his face. However, in the next second, the smile on his face froze. Yi Chen had caught up to him. Subsequently, an extremely cold voice came. "Why are you going to America? Hell suits you better." Chapter 159. No. Sensing the killing intent coming from behind him, Western Overlord Lu turned around immediately and threw a punch. He was less than 20 meters away from America's sea, so he was trying to use Yi Chen's strength to get there quickly. However, Yi Chen would not let him do that. He turned his fist into a claw and grabbed Western Overlord Lu's right arm. He then pulled it behind him. Western Overlord Lu's entire body was pulled back. His remaining arm exploded into a cloud of bloody mist. Yi Chen looked at him extremely coldly as mockery appeared at the corner of his lips. "I've told you. Why are you going to America? Hell is more suitable for you." "Ah, mad Southernie, I'll kill you." Western Overlord Lu was so mad that he spat blood out of his mouth. He had completely lost his mind. He charged at Yi Chen with his body, since he did not have his arms. Clearly, he wanted to die together with Yi Chen. "Old thing, you've lived long enough." Yi Chen's expression remained the same. He clenched his fist and covered it with spiritual power. He threw a punch that was extremely domineering. The punch seemed to be able to shatter heaven and earth. Before Western Overlord Lu could get close, he exploded into a bloody mist right away. Meanwhile, the surface of the water that he was standing on earlier sank right away. There was a huge pit that was over 10 meters long that was forcefully smashed. At that moment, the entire sea was in dead silence. The 3 helicopters in the air remained still. The 2 warships on both sides seemed to have been petrified. Shock filled everyone's eyes. He was killed with a punch. He was really killed with a punch. The lieutenant commander on the American warship was enraged when he snapped back to his senses. "How dare you kill our citizen? Who gave you the guts to do that?" Yi Chen glared at him coldly. That glance scared the man so much that he retreated continuously. Eventually, he fell onto the ground. At the same time, on the 3rd floor of the American warship, in a luxurious and majestic room, 2 middle-aged men watched the scene expressionlessly. The 2 middle-aged men watched this scene expressionlessly. One had a full beard and the other was very handsome. However, his entire body was filled with an incomparably dangerous aura. "Who is he?" the handsome man asked while staring at Yi Chen. The bearded man said immediately, Senior Colonel Barton. His name is Mad Southerny. I heard he's famous in Tiananmen in China. He's very powerful. Senior Colonel Barton squinted. He's comparable to the Rear Admiral Yan Nanfei from 20 years ago. As soon as he said that, the bearded man's face was immediately filled with shock. Yan Nanfei. He was the nemesis of the U.S. Navy, or even their nightmare. This person had been suppressing them for 20 years. Hua Nation is indeed a land of outstanding people. Senior Colonel Barton did not seem to notice his reaction. Instead, he smiled and said, "The Navy has Yan Nanfei, the Army has Han Qinhu, the Air Force has Li Yunxiao, and the Zhongnan High Bodyguard Han Xiaotian, who's also known as Kuang Fu. These 4 people are like 4 pillars that can support the sky. In less than 20 years, this Mad Southerny will be comparable to the 4 of them. Unfortunately, this person met me. After I kill this person, China will definitely lose a great general in the future." The bearded man's expression changed. "Senior Colonel, are you going to?" "Eno. We can't enter China's waters. He killed a citizen of my country. It's only right for me to act. As for the sea, Yan Nanfei isn't here. Who can stop me?" Senior Colonel Barton smiled proudly, opened the window of the room, and jumped out with both feet. Just when Yi Chun was planning to go back, he suddenly saw a silhouette jump out of the warship before him. The person leaped tens of meters and landed on the sea. He stood on the sea, another Marshal Dow Master, a powerhouse among the Americans. Yi Chun squinted slightly. They were less than 20 meters apart, so they could see each other clearly. Seeing Senior Colonel Barton's appearance, Gu Junwei's expression changed slightly on the helicopter. "Oh no, this person is here. Dad, who is he?" Gu Yingying asked in confusion. Gu Junwei took a deep breath in and said, "This person is Barton, a senior colonel of the U.S. Navy. His ability is unfathomable, and he's said to be invincible in the sea. He was defeated by our China Navy's Rear Admiral, General Yan, 20 years ago. General Yan was only a major back then." As soon as that was said, the old master and Gu Yingying were shocked. They had heard of General Yan before. To be able to be General Yan's opponent, even if he was defeated, his ability was naturally not to be underestimated. "You're Mad Southerny?" Senior Colonel Barton took a good look at Yi Chun and subsequently teased, "You've killed our citizens. Come with me. I admit that your ability is great, but I'm warning you not to fight back." He took a step out as soon as he was done speaking. He seemed to be trying to cross the border to capture Yi Chun. Yi Chun said extremely coldly, "I'll kill you today if you dare to step into China's sea. Yan Nanfei isn't here. Who dares to fight me on the sea? I'll challenge Yan Nanfei after I kill you." Barton smiled in disdain. He took a step out and entered China's sea by force. Bastard! Gu Junwei and the other 2 were enraged to see that. "Do you really think there's no one in China?" Gu Yingying said by instinct, "Dad, is Master Yi his match?" "It's hard to say." Gu Junwei looked grim. Although Barton had been defeated by Yan Nanfei 20 years ago, there was not much of a difference in their abilities back then. Now that 20 years had passed, his ability must have improved. Since that's the case, use your blood to defend China's dignity. Die! Yi Chun's expression turned cold. He took the lead to attack while stepping on the waves. He threw a punch out in an overbearing manner. "Great! I like to fight head-on." Barton smirked and threw a punch as well. His fist was covered in a layer of black energy, tearing the air around it apart. Bang! Their fists collided, and a shocking shockwave was set off. The sea around them exploded at the same time, and waves that were over 30 meters tall soared into the sky. Stomp, stomp, stomp. Barton retreated a few steps back from the punch before he managed to stop. There was a hint of seriousness in his eyes when he looked at Yi Chun again. "Your ability is great." His fists that were behind his back could not stop shaking. "However, I'm afraid that's not enough. I'll let you have a taste of my real technique." He smirked again and grabbed the seawater beneath his feet. A wave broke out of the sea and condensed into a basketball-sized water ball in his hand. Surprise flashed through Yi Chen's eyes. He realized that the water ball did not look big, but it contained true energy that was extremely condensed. If it exploded, it would definitely collapse a building. Its power was comparable to a bomb. The water ball smashed at Yi Chen like a cannonball. It would definitely explode as soon as it touched it. Yi Chen did not panic at all. He slapped the water ball across the air. The water ball was slapped away and flew toward the warship far away. Eventually, it landed on the top floor of the warship. Bang! A loud thud was heard. The flag on the warship was broken. Barton's expression turned completely grim, seeing that the flag was destroyed. His face could not stop twitching. Great! You've successfully made me want to kill you. At the same time, in the Chinese warship, countless people stood before the electronic screen, staring at the battle between Yi Chen and Barton without blinking. A middle-aged man with a rough face stood at the front. There were 2 bars and 4 stars on his shoulder. He was a senior colonel. The middle-aged man had his eyes on Yi Chen. Is this young man the mad Southern Yi who defeated Yuan Bupo single-handedly, killed Jiang Bei with a swing of his sword, and killed Eastern Superior Ning with a punch? That's right, Division Commander Liu. That's him. A major behind him nodded in response. Division Commander Liu laughed out loud. Ha ha ha. He's like General Yen back then. Not bad, not bad. I like him. But General, this man killed Western Overlord Liu. Won't it cause trouble between the 2 countries? The major forced a smile. No. Division Commander Liu scoffed immediately. Their people entered our country's waters first. Reason is on our side. We're not afraid even if we bring this to the UN, but Western Overlord Liu is an American citizen after all. So what if he is? Division Commander Liu glared at him. He committed a crime in our country, so our country's law has the right to sentence him. Didn't he kill tens of people from Dianan's Chao family, Chao Tianba? That's enough to execute him hundreds of times. Why don't we inform General Yen? The senior colonel looked troubled. He was really afraid that both parties would blow things out of proportion. Inform my A*S. Division Commander Liu shook his head angrily and said, It's rare to see such a heroic young man in China. It'll be a waste if we don't give him a chance to showcase himself. As long as this young man with the surname E can kill Barton and bring glory to our country, I'll give him my position as a senior colonel. Chapter 160. At the same time, the video of Yi Chen's battle with Barton on the sea was instantly monitored by the 3 armies of China, the land and the air. Everyone looked at the intense battle on the ocean blankly. At the army headquarters. So this is the Tiannan No. 1 mad Southern Yi? Not bad, he's crazy. He dares to stop Barton from entering the country on his own. An old man in military uniform had admiration in his eyes. Our army wants this man. Go to Tiannan personally. We must get him to join our army no matter what. If the Navy or the Air Force dares to snatch him from us, just tell them that we'll get Commander Han to beat them up. At the Air Force headquarters, General Yan Nanfei was only 21 years old back then. He defeated Barton in 50 moves. A weak, middle-aged man mumbled to himself with a serious expression. Mad Southern Yi. Oh, Mad Southern Yi, I wonder if you can continue your legend. On the ocean, Yi Chen and Barton were fighting again. One must admit that Barton's ability was more powerful than the 4 masters, namely Yuan Bupo, Northern Devil Jiang, Eastern Superior Ning, and Western Overlord Liu. The true energy in his body was different from the martial Tao inheritance in China. It was a little similar to magic power as if it was another cultivation system. However, it had the same effect as the true energy of ancient martial arts. Most importantly, Barton had a lot of battle experience. He must have fought with other people often, unlike the ancient martial arts world of Huan Nation, which was stagnant and reserved. and rarely got into a fight in decades. However, how could Yi Chen's battle experience be any less than his? Rumble. Huge waves rumbled on the ocean. Barton's hands were like a pair of rattle drums. Every punch he threw would create a sonic boom. He was filled with a violent aura, like a ferocious beast in human form. Stupid Chinese. Barton smiled instead of being mad when his attack missed. I'll show you the ultimate technique that I, Barton, created. It's all thanks to the inspiration from your Chinese martial Tao. Judgment Sword. He opened his mouth and spat. A black glow shot out of his mouth. As soon as it appeared, it sliced the ocean into countless whirlpools. This black light had been refined in his dantian for several decades. Day after day, it was like forging iron. Day after day, a piece of fine steel was forged into a steel knife. Even a tiny bit of it was enough to cut through a diamond. It was as easy as cutting tofu. This was not an exaggeration, nor was it a fantasy. It was just like how people in reality train their knees, skulls, or fingers. In the long run, those parts would definitely be beyond imagination. For example, the iron head technique and the iron palm technique. Normal martial artists were already like that, let alone martial Tao masters. I prepared this move for Yan Nanfei. Barton's face was slightly pale, but he still smiled confidently and said, "But seeing that you're pretty strong, I'll kill you first before challenging Yan Nanfei." As soon as he finished speaking, with a swoosh, the black gleam tore through the sky and charged at Yi Chen like a sharp sword. It was so fast that it was impossible to catch it. Barton was extremely confident. The thing that he had spent 20 years refining was indestructible and indestructible. It could even cut through an armored tank directly. Such power was enough to cut Yi Chen into half. It's unfortunate that Yan Nanfei isn't here. Otherwise, it'd be interesting to kill this man before him. Barton looked regretful. He felt like he was killing a chicken with a sledgehammer. However, his expression changed in the next second. He thought Yi Chen would be killed on the spot. However, to his shock, Yi Chen did not move at all. He stood there quietly and watched the black gleam get closer to him. The black gleam tore Yi Chen's clothes, but a ding came when it was about to cut his chest. It was as if it had cut steel. Subsequently, the black gleam shattered. How is that possible? Barton's eyes were wide open as if he had seen a ghost. He staggered and almost fell into the sea. His attack could cut through an armored tank easily, but it did nothing to Yi Chen's body. Was this Chinese man's body that powerful? Could it be made of diamond? How dare you show off your insignificant skills before me? I'll show you what a sword is. Yi Chen smirked in disdain. A dark green sword appeared in his hand all of a sudden. The sword was 6 meters long and 8 meters wide. It hovered in the air and vibrated lightly. It was the flying sword, the almighty killer sword. Yi Chen held the sword hilt lightly, his expression extremely cold. This sword of mine hasn't killed anyone since it was born. Today, I'll use your blood as a sacrifice to my sword Tao. As soon as he was done speaking, he lifted his arm and slashed. He raised his hand and slashed out with his sword. A sword light that was over 10 meters long swept across the surface of the sea. Countless streams of sword qi burst forth from the life emperor sword, completely enveloping the surface of the sea within 300 meters. At that moment, the entire sea was sliced into countless pieces by the sword qi. What sword is that? Barton had goosebumps all over his body as if he had seen something terrifying. He retreated immediately. At the same time, he grabbed at the sea with both hands. Countless water walls that were 3 meters thick consolidated before him, covering his entire body. The sword qi whizzed and destroyed the water walls that Barton had gathered before him with ease. Barton's expression changed drastically as he consolidated water walls again immediately. However, it was useless. The sword qi did not slow down at all. Like a meat grinder, Everything was destroyed wherever it passed. Oh no! Barton's scalp went numb when he saw the last water wall being destroyed. He leaped immediately as if he was trying to return to the U.S. warship. In the next second he shrieked. Just when he leaped into the air, Yi Chen's sword Qi severed both of his legs directly. Two bloody things fell into the sea with Barton. Barton was scared out of his wits. Barton had long been scared out of his wits. He endured the pain and desperately paddled with his hands, as if he wanted to return to the warship to take refuge. Yi Chen stepped on the surface of the sea with the almighty killer sword in his hand. He walked over one step after another. The killing intent on his body grew with each step he took. No, no, no. You can't kill me. I'm a U.S. citizen. I'm a U.S. soldier, a senior colonel of the Navy. Barton revealed a terrified expression when he saw Yi Chen walking toward him. Yi Chen looked down at him in a condescending manner. His expression was extremely cold. I've told you that I'll kill you if you dare to step into China's sea today. Bang! As a loud thud came, the U.S. warship suddenly launched a cannonball. The cannonball flew directly at Yi Chen with a whistling sound. Senior Colonel Barton screamed, "No, no, you deserve to die!" Yi Chen leaped immediately and dodged the cannonball. After all, no matter how fast the cannonball was, it was no longer fast as soon as it entered the range of his divine consciousness. He was not afraid of being hurt by the cannonball. He was mainly worried that his hair would be blown bald and his clothes would be torn apart. As a loud thud came, the sea where Barton was exploded directly, stirring huge waves. He was blown into pieces. "You're seeking death." Yi Chen turned his head and squinted at the warship across him. There was a ferocious gleam in his eyes as he raised the almighty killer sword in his hand and swung it. A sword gleam that was more than 10 meters, long charged at the surface of the sea at high speed. It was like a shark that had half its body above the surface of the sea and was hunting. On the U.S. warship, a soldier scoffed. "Stupid Chinese. Don't tell me you're trying to cut our warship in half?" "That's right. It seems like this Chinese is scared out of his wits. Our warship can withstand the attack of an armor-piercing missile." Another person gave Yi Chen the middle finger. The mockery was obvious. However, in the next second, all they felt was a violent tremor under their feet. All of them staggered and fell onto the ground. Subsequently, an unforgettable scene appeared before their eyes. On the deck of the warship, a 1-meter-wide crack quickly extended. The crack grew larger and larger, as if a python had been triggered. In the end, the entire warship was split into two. Smoke billowed, and all sorts of alarms and cries could be heard on the warship. At this moment, the entire place behind Yi Chen was dead silent. On the 3 helicopters and the Chinese warships, the expressions on everyone's faces froze one after another. This one sword strike to break the warship. Yi Chen stood on the sea like a stone pillar that supported heaven and earth. His extremely cold voice shook the entire sea. "Those who offend my country will be killed no matter how far they are." Chapter 161. They looked at the silhouette that stood proudly on the surface of the ocean. Compared to the screams in America's sea, China's sea was dead silent. Everyone's eyes were filled with all sorts of emotions: shock, disbelief, horror, excitement, pride, respect, and so on. "Great, great!" Old Master Gu slapped his thigh on the helicopter and screamed in excitement. His face was flushed. Earlier, Western Overlord Liu had tried to escape into America's sea. Within the short 2,000 meters, when everyone had given up and dared not move forward, Yi Chen chased after him for 1,000 meters. In the end, Yi Chen chased after him for 1,000 meters and killed Western Overlord Liu with one punch when he was less than 20 meters away from America's sea area. He regained China's dignity. The senior colonel of the U.S. Navy seized the opportunity to invade China's sea to kill him. However, he was terrified by Yi Chen's sword. In the end, the U.S. warship attacked. Just when the Chinese warship was going to be on alert, Yi Chen slashed the U.S. warship into half right in front of everyone. Nothing was more exciting than that. Gu Junwei felt the same. He took a good look at Yi Chen, who was above the ocean. There was only respect and admiration left in his eyes. I, Gu Junwei, have only admired Commander Han my entire life. From now on, there's one more. Master Yi, I've underestimated you. Gu Yingying looked at Yi Chen in a daze. Apart from killing 3 masters in a day, he had also killed national pirates in his country's territory. He had even stopped the pirates from entering his country's sea on his own. She clenched her teeth as excitement filled her beautiful eyes. From now on, Mad Southernya's name will resound like thunder. Nobody can stop him anymore. One could imagine that the country would definitely go crazy once Yi Chen's battle achievements spread to the country. Not only the martial Dao world, but even the civilians would be the same. On the Chinese Navy warship, Division Commander Liu suppressed the shock within him. He took a deep breath in and shouted, "Everyone stand at attention. Get ready. Take off your hats." At the Army headquarters, the old man in military uniform said, "Take off your hats." At the Air Force headquarters, the weak middle-aged man said, "Take off your hats." Whoosh! At that moment, all of the officers from the Navy, Army, and Air Forces took off their hats at the same time. Salute to the heroes of China. Everyone gave a standard military salute to Yi Chen, who was on the screen. Their movements were synchronized. In reality, many people in the sea, land, and air forces did not know Yi Chen. They had never even met before. However, they were closely connected at that moment. Their faces were flushed, their breathing was heavy, their fists were clenched, and their veins were bulging. This was the sense of national honor. This was national righteousness. That's right. Those who offend my country will be punished no matter how far away you are. Yanjin Military HQ. Ha ha ha! What a great way to offend my country. I'll kill you no matter how far you are. The old man in the traditional Chinese robe burst into laughter. Then, with the brush in his hand, he wrote a huge kill character on the paper. As the brush fell, the sharpness was revealed. The old man turned his head and ordered the lady behind him, "Get Qin Yao to make a trip. We want the young man with the surname Yi. The position of the Firearms Division's chief instructor belongs to him. If the sea, land, or air force dares to fight with us, we'll beat them until they cry." The lady nodded and walked out with a strange expression on her face. The old man sighed and picked up his phone to make a call. The American warship has been chopped. I'm afraid the enemy's powerhouses won't be able to take it anymore. Inform Commander Han, Commander Li, and General Yan now. Get the 3 of them to fly above China's sea directly. Tell them to defend every inch of land. Yi Chen took one last look at the warship that he had chopped. He shook his head and put the almighty killer sword away into his storage ring. He was going to return by stepping on the waves. He ignored old Master Gu and the rest on the helicopter. At that moment, a speedboat drove out of the Chinese warship. 2 people drove the speedboat to his side. It was a man and a lady. They were both wearing Navy uniforms. The lady who was leading the way had a delicate face and a capable aura. "Mr. Yi, our commander Liu would like to see you," the lady said while blushing after taking a good look at him. Yi Chen frowned and glanced at the warship. He said, "Commander Liu? I don't know him. Why is he inviting me?" "Mr. Yi, please don't misunderstand. Our commander Liu would like to meet a hero like you. It won't take too much of your time. Moreover, we can send you back to the shore," the lady explained immediately. Yi Chen nodded after a moment of hesitation and stepped onto the warship with them. A middle-aged man with a rough appearance walked over and said while laughing, "Welcome, Mr. Yi." Yi Chen looked at the 2 bars and 4 stars on his shoulder. He was a senior colonel. Surprise flashed through his eyes. Mr. Yi, my name is Lu Dingwa. I'm currently the senior colonel of the Navy's Third Army. Don't mind my identity. We'll just call each other brothers. Clearly, Lu Dingwa was familiar with them. He led Yi Chun into a lounge as he introduced himself. Someone brought 2 cups of tea over immediately. Brother Yi, I'd like to apologize to you first. Lu Dingwa looked at him while holding the cup of tea. We chose to keep quiet about what happened to Barton earlier. We didn't do anything because we have our reasons. I hope you can understand. To show my sincerity, I'll replace wine with tea. He finished the cup of hot tea in one gulp as soon as he was done speaking. Yi Chun took a sip and said while smiling calmly, "Don't worry about it." That was how he was. If you respect him, he would respect you back. Lu Dingwa was a straightforward person, and he did not like to beat around the bush. It was easier to talk to such a person. It seems like Brother Yi is a straightforward person. Lu Dingwa was getting more and more passionate, he said while smiling. But then again, Brother Yi, the battle on the sea earlier really opened my eyes. You've made China proud. Apart from General Yen, you're the second person that I admire. Yi Chun smiled lightly. Lu Dingwa passed him a cigarette and coughed. He could not help but ask, "Brother Yi, I wonder if you're thinking of joining the army?" How could Yi Chun not know what he was implying? Just when he was going to speak, a series of hurried footsteps came from outside. Subsequently, a man in army uniform strode in. There were also 2 bars and 4 stars on his shoulder. Lu Dingwa said angrily as soon as he saw him, "Hey Yuan, what are you doing here instead of running around in the mountains with your troops? Let me tell you, don't even think about getting my box of Biliuakun. It's long gone." "Haha, old Lu, look at how stingy you are. I'm embarrassed for you. It's just that I drank 50 grams of Biliuakun from you during our gathering." Chapter 162. The man walked to Yi Chun directly after speaking. He extended his hand and said while smiling, "I'm sure you've guessed who I am, Mr. Yi. I'm Yuan Fei from the Lu Army." Yi Chun shook his hand and said calmly, "Mr. Yuan, did you say that you're here for me?" "Scram, Yuan. I'll get someone to bring you a can of Biliuakun." Guang Yuan, who was standing aside, had a change of expression. How could he not know that Yuan Fei was here to poach Yi Chun? This damn Yuan is really despicable. Lu Guangyuan interrupted him immediately and did not hide anything anymore. "How is the Lu army as good as the Navy? They're wandering around the mountains every day." "They're so dull," Yuan Fei retorted. "Lu, isn't your sister in the Navy? Why are you so arrogant? Moreover, aren't the Navy wandering in the sea every day? Yuan, are you looking for a fight?" Lu Guangyuan glared at him. Yuan Fei rolled up his sleeves and said, "Come on, let's fight one-on-one now. Don't just talk." At that moment, a calm voice came from outside the door. "Stop fighting. Mr. Yi is from the Air Force." A lady in a white uniform walked in as soon as the voice was heard. A woman in a white uniform walked in. She was about 30 years old and was extremely tall. Her facial features were exquisite, and she wore a pair of white gloves. Yuan Fei and Lu Guangyuan were silenced. The lady did not care about the duo's expression. She walked to Yi Chun on her own and smiled. "Mr. Yi, come to the Air Force. I'll make you equal to Yuan Fei immediately. Also, I'll give you 10 million yuan as a settlement fee." Yuan Fei's face turned green as soon as he heard that. Yuan Fei's face turned green when he heard that. "Do you have to slap me in the face like that? What do you mean by being on equal footing with me immediately?" Seeing that she was a lady, Lu Guangyuan coughed dryly and said, 10 million yuan as a settlement fee? Lin Xin, aren't you guys being too cruel? Lin Xin glanced at him coldly and smiled lightly. "I can do whatever I want because I'm rich." Yuan Fei was speechless. Lu Guangyuan was speechless. It was useless no matter how angry they were. The country had been developing the Air Force and Navy all these years. One could say that they had invested a lot of resources. That was why taxi drivers were not as classy as airplane drivers. That was why there were flight attendants like Ling Zhiling on planes, while there were only aunts in their 40s or 50s selling tickets on buses. Mr. Yi, what do you think? You can mention it if you're not satisfied, Lin Xan said with a smile again when she saw Yi Chen remain silent. She had seen Yi Chen's battle at sea. As the saying went, beauties loved heroes. Of course, the word love referred to admiration. At that moment, Yuan Fei and Lu Guangyuan looked at Yi Chen at the same time. Although they knew that their offer was not as good as Lin Xan's, they still felt lucky. What if Yi Chen was blind? Yi Chen did not know whether to laugh or to cry when he met the trio's gaze. The three of them had been arguing for so long, but they finally knew to ask for his opinion. He was about to speak. Bang! With a loud bang, the closed door was kicked open by someone from the outside. Lu Guangyuan was about to explode. The next moment, a young woman dressed in black walked in. She looked to be about 24 or 25 years old and was about 1.75 meters tall. Her facial features were very exquisite, with a tall nose and thin lips. However, her gaze was a little cold as she glanced at Yuan Fei and the other too coldly. You guys can go back. Mad Southern Yi is one of us now. Who are you? Lu Guangyuan was almost pissed to death. Do you have to be so arrogant? You kicked the door open, and the first thing you said when you came in was not an apology. Instead, you asked us to give up on Mad Southern Yi. Who do you think you are? What do you think this place is? Yi Chen, on the other hand, took a good look at her. She did not seem old, but she was an ancient martial artist. On top of that, her cultivation base was on illuminating pulse. With that ability, she would be a powerhouse even among the younger generation in China. In terms of looks alone, she was one of the few beauties Yi Chen had ever seen. The lady said nothing. She took out an ID and tossed it to Lu Guangyuan directly. With this, Lu Guangyuan's expression changed when he picked it up and looked at it. Yuan Fei and Lin Xan, who were standing aside, looked at it. Their expressions were not any better. There were 3 big words written on it. Firearms Battalion. So you're from there. Sorry for not recognizing you. Yuan Fei coughed dryly. His military rank was not low, but now he was complimenting a woman. After that, he even secretly nudged Lu Guangyuan with his elbow. Lu Guangyuan also squeezed out a smile that was uglier than a crying face. Yi Chen saw the words Firearms Battalion with his divine consciousness. However, he had no idea what it meant to make Yuan Fei and the rest lose their composure. The lady's expression remained the same. Is this enough? If not, let's go out and train. The 3 of you can fight me at the same time. I'll only use one hand. These words were not just an ordinary kind of arrogance. Regular people might not be able to hold it in, but Yuan Fei and Lu Guangyuan dared not say anything. They could not stop nodding. Yes, yes. What a joke. They were from the Firearms Battalion. What was the Firearms Battalion? It was an existence that was on par with the Wolf Warrior Squad and the Thunderbolt Special Forces Squad. All of them were talented, but they were rude. The lady's eyes turned slightly cold. Since it's enough, get out now. Go quickly, old Lu. Yuan Fei dragged Lu Guangyuan, who looked reluctant to leave, out forcefully. Lin Xan turned her head and smiled sweetly at Yi Chen. Mr. Yi, you can really consider joining the Air Force. There are many young ladies in the Air Force. Within the blink of an eye, the 3 of them had left. Only Yi Chen and the lady in black were left in the house. Yi Chen was speechless. The lady then looked at Yi Chen and said expressionlessly, "My name is Qin Yao. Hit me now, right now." What did you say? Yi Chen was stunned. He could not react in time. Hit you? Did I hear it wrong, or are you crazy? Qin Yao's face turned cold, and she said again, I'll say it one last time. Hit me now, right now. Yi Chen was amused by her. He said in all seriousness, "Firstly, I don't want to hit a woman. Secondly, I don't have time to play with you. I'm sorry that I can't. Goodbye. After saying this, he lifted his foot and was about to leave. Qi Niao scoffed the moment he turned around. She stepped on the dining table and crushed it directly. With the help of the force, her body flew toward Yi Chen like a kite. Meanwhile, her slender legs quickly sprang out, and the narrow space was filled with the shadows of her legs. The moment Qi Niao made her move, Yi Chen could not help but frown when he sensed it. This woman must be born in the year of the tiger. She would fight without saying anything, seeing that she didn't have any killing intent. Yi Chen tilted his body slightly, and Qi Niao's left leg brushed past his chest. Yi Chen stretched his arm out and grabbed her ankle. P.S. Chapter 3. End of chapter. Chapter 163. The moment Qi Niao made her move, Yi Chen sensed it and could not help but frown. This woman must be born in the year of the tiger, right? She would fight just because of a disagreement, seeing that she didn't have any killing intent. Yi Chen tilted his body slightly, and Qi Niao's left leg brushed past his chest. Yi Chen stretched his arm out and grabbed her ankle. Then he gently pushed upwards. Although he did not use much strength, Qi Niao sensed a massive force. Her pretty face changed slightly as she used all of the strength in her body to press her leg down. She seemed to be trying to push Yi Chen down. However, the next moment, her left leg was placed on Yi Chen's shoulder directly. Her round and slender thigh was completely exposed to Yi Chen's sight. Before Yi Chen could react, she lifted her right leg and kicked him again. Yi Chen grabbed her right leg with his other hand and took a step forward. Hence, Yi Chen grabbed both of Qi Niao's legs. Her legs were arranged in a straight line. Since Qi Niao was wearing a short skirt, she was completely exposed in that position. The bottom of her skirt revealed a pair of panties with a panda pattern. At that moment, the expressions on their faces suddenly froze. Qi Niao's body stiffened, and a wisp of embarrassment and anger appeared on her icy, cold face. Shameless! Meanwhile, in the warship's equipment room, Yuan Fei, Lu Dinghua, Lin Xian, and the rest stared blankly at the computer screen before them. It was the battle between Yi Chen and Qi Niao. After seeing the ambiguous posture of the two, the three of them were dumbfounded. They suddenly felt a little confused. What was going on? Weren't they here to poach people? How did it become flirting? Awesome! Yuan Fei sighed softly and gave Yi Chen a thumbs up on the screen. It was really awesome. One must know that she was a domineering flower, the domineering flower of the Special Forces. However, Yi Chen dared to take advantage of her. How could he not be amazing? Lu Dinghua, on the other hand, chuckled. He deserves it. This tyrant flower has been looking down on the three of us ever since he entered the door. Now, he's finally suffered a loss in the hands of Brother Yi. As the saying goes, evil people need to be tortured by evil people. None of you men are good. Lin Xian chuckled and looked at the two animals beside her with some disdain. She turned around and walked out of the monitoring room. As she walked, she said, "They are all big pig trotters." The corner of Yi Chen's lips twitched slightly when he saw Qi Niao's raging stare. He let go of his hand by instinct. The three people outside had wronged him. With that, Qi Niao's legs were freed. She threw a punch at Yi Chen in embarrassment and rage as soon as she landed. She dared not use her legs this time, mainly because she was afraid that this pervert would take advantage of her again. Yi Chen's expression turned grim. The last bit of patience he had for women was completely gone. He waved his sleeve directly, and Qi Niao's body flew out. She only managed to stand still after staggering a few steps back. When she looked again, Yi Chen had already walked to the door. She could not help but shout angrily, "You're not allowed to leave. If you're a man, come down and fight me for real. Moreover, you can run today, but you won't be able to run tomorrow." As soon as she said that, Yuan Fei and Lu Dinghua, who were in the monitoring room, almost spat a mouthful of blood. Sister, don't be so rude. We'll misunderstand. You can run today, but you won't be able to run tomorrow? Yi Qin stopped walking and turned around to look at her. He frowned. Sure, I'll satisfy you. Do it. He walked toward Qin Yao, one step after another. The aura on his body grew with each step he took. It was a sign that he was enraged. Qin Yao's pretty face suddenly changed. Under this aura, she actually found that she was a little out of breath. Most importantly, as Yi Qin approached her, a unique, rich, and overbearing male aura came from his body. This made her a little flustered, for no reason. Kill! She clenched her teeth immediately and slapped Yi Qin with all the strength in her body. She swore that she would beat Yi Qin into a pig's head to take revenge for him molesting her earlier. Slap! Suddenly, a huge hand slapped her in the face. Her whole body flew out and smashed heavily against the wall. You! Qin Yao looked at Yi Qin in disbelief while holding her face that was hurting. She was from the Special Forces. No matter if it was her skill or her appearance, she was one of the best in the entire Special Forces. However, she was thrown out with a single slap. Yi Qin looked at her coldly. Was it fun? Do you want to do it again? The phrase, "don't hit women," was usually said by men who walked on 3 legs. These people were either brainless or hypocritical. How could one not fight back when a woman was chasing after one with a knife? Should one just stand there and let her stab one to death? Clearly, Yi Qin was not one of them. Although he did not want to hit women, it did not mean that he would not hit women. Apart from his mother and his child's mother, he would attack without hesitation if any other woman challenged his bottom line. Taking pity on women was bullsh**. Qin Yao's face turned pale after sensing Yi Qin's killing intent. She stood up from the ground while biting her lip. She took out a little notebook and tossed it at Yi Qin directly. She then left angrily. Take your stuff away, Yi Qin reminded her. Qin Yao glared at him coldly. After a moment of hesitation, she picked up the notebook and left without looking back. As soon as she left, Yuan Fei and Lu Dingwa walked in immediately. Clearly, they knew about the mess in the room. However, Lu Dingwa pretended that he did not know anything. He asked, Brother Yi, did you reject her invitation? Yi Qin nodded calmly. He knew about Qin Yao's background very well. Mr. Yi, why don't you join the army? You'll get the same benefits as before, Yuan Fei requested again. Yi Qin shook his head and said while smiling, Thank you for your kindness, but I'm not interested in joining the army. Moreover, I'm a father. I need to take care of my child. He walked out of the room after saying that without waiting for the duo to reply. He leaped into the sea directly and walked to the shore while stepping on the waves. Lu Dingwa sighed on the deck as he watched him leave. His heart ached for missing out on a talent like Yi Qin. To each his own. Let him be. Yuan Fei, who was standing aside, was more optimistic. Subsequently, he seemed to have recalled something and said while smiling, Old Lu, it's rare for me to come here. You must give me 100 grams of your bilyuakan. Get lost. On a helicopter flying to Tianan, Qin Yao made a call. She said, while feeling wronged, Brother, your sister has been beaten up. Do as you see fit. After saying this, she hung up the phone. At the Beijing military headquarters. Yao Yao has been beaten up? It seems like this girl has been beaten up badly. Otherwise, she wouldn't be complaining to me. A young man in a suit looked speechless after hanging up the phone. He looked at the old man in traditional attire before him and scratched his head after speaking. Chief, I must help Yao Yao get back at her. I'll beat that guy up. Don't worry, I definitely won't kill him. Chapter 164. Half an hour later, Yi Qin left the ocean and saw many people gathered by the shore. Most of them were the ones who had watched the battle on the Jade Dragon Snow Mountain. A few familiar figures stood at the forefront. It was Xiaoya, Su Yue, Yao Yu, and the others. Xiaoya was holding Meng Meng in her arms. He's back. Someone shouted, causing everyone to have their eyes on Yi Qin. Everyone had a complicated expression on their faces. Mad Southern, Yi was going after Western Overlord Lu. Now that he had returned, but did not see Western Overlord Lu, there was only one conclusion. Western Overlord Lu was dead. The little girl struggled out of Xiao Ye's embrace and could not stop waving at Yi Qin. She was excited. "Daddy!" Yi Qin leaped to the shore. The little girl ran into his embrace immediately and hugged his neck in a clingy manner. "Daddy, where have you been? Meng Meng thought you didn't want me anymore." Daddy went to chase the bad guys. Yi Chen touched her face and was relieved after confirming that she was fine. He lifted his eyes to glance at the crowd before him and had his eyes on Xiaoya. He said while smiling, "Thank you for taking care of me, Meng Meng. It's my duty to take care of junior sister." Xiaoya looked at the little fellow lovingly. It seemed that the two of them had gotten along well on the way back. Little junior sister? Yi Chen was slightly stunned, then he laughed out loud. His precious daughter was going to inherit his mantle in the future. She was more like a disciple than a disciple, and it was reasonable for Xiaoya, the second senior sister, to call her little junior sister Daddy. Along the way, Auntie Xiao kept calling me junior sister. What does junior sister mean? The little guy blinked his eyes curiously. Yi Chen said softly, "It's what you mean. But Auntie Xiao is much older than me. She can even be Ming Ming's mother." The little fellow still did not understand. Xiaoya blushed when she called her mother. After Su Yuwei noticed Xiaoya's strange behavior and connected it with what the little fellow had unintentionally said, she snorted inwardly. This further confirmed her guess. This adulterous couple is indeed in love. Seeing the father and daughter talking as if they did not see the people around them, someone could not help but ask, "And Master Yi, may I know where's Western Overlord Lu?" As soon as he said that, everyone pricked up their ears. "Dead," Yi Chen said coldly without any expression on his face, as if he was talking about something that was normal. Hua! The crowd burst into an uproar. When Yi Chen was hunting Western Overlord Lu on the Jade Dragon Snow Mountain, everyone had gone through a lot to catch up to him. They wanted to know the final outcome. Although he was mentally prepared, he was still shocked when he heard it for real. He was really dead. Even Su Yuwei's pretty face couldn't help changing. "Come, let's go home." Yi Chen carried his daughter and walked out of the crowd. In reality, he did not care about what they thought at all. Xiaoya hesitated for a while and followed them. Meanwhile, a black Mercedes-Benz stopped by the roadside quietly. Lin Tai got out of the car and jogged to Yi Chen. He said while suppressing his excitement, "My lord, let me send you back." Lin Tai was just too excited. In reality, he did not have high hopes for Yi Chen to fight the three masters in the beginning. However, unlike the Tian and wealthy families, he did not choose to betray Yi Chen. In the end, it proved that Lin Tai had made the right bet. Yi Chen had killed three masters consecutively and chased after Western Overlord Lu for thousands of miles. His techniques were indeed shocking. Yi Chen nodded and got Xiaoyi into the car. Just when Lin Tai was going to close the door, a beautiful silhouette entered the car as well. "I want to sit too." Su Yuwei sat next to Xiaoya. Xiaoya frowned slightly. She didn't know if it was an illusion, but she always felt that this woman, surnamed Su, had always been hostile to her. Lin Tai glanced at Yi Chen by instinct. He only started the car after noticing that Yi Chen was secretly nodding. Along the way, perhaps because of Su Yuwei's presence, the atmosphere in the car was somewhat silent. Eventually, Su Yuwei glanced at Yi Chen and could not help but ask, "Should I call you Yi Chen or Mad Southern Yi?" "Whatever," Yi Chen said without even turning his head. Hearing this, Su Yuwei could not help but feel angry. She even had the urge to kill someone now. Yi Chen was a piece of trash to her. If not for her sister, she would not even want to look at him. However, since the battle at the Snow Mountain, she realized that Yi Chen was actually Mad Southern Yi. The scene where Yi Chen fought 3 masters on his own and killed them consecutively shocked her. She could not accept it. Most importantly, she had secretly compared Yi Chen and Mad Southern Yi before this. She thought one was a worm while the other was a dragon. There was no comparison between them. Reality gave her a hard slap in the face, making her ashamed, angry, and even angry. She scoffed as she thought to this point and said with a grim face, "Since you're so powerful, why didn't you tell me earlier?" "Why should I tell you?" Yi Chen said coldly. "You!" Su Yue glared at him angrily. She kicked the car door while puffing her cheeks. "Stop the car. I want to get out." At the same time, the result of the battle at the Snow Mountain that the entire martial Dao world in China paid attention to spread across China like a storm. The entire martial Dao world in China was stirred. With the advancement of technology and the development of the internet, even ancient martial artists had to surf the internet. In a 5-star encrypted forum that was specially for the martial Dao world in China to communicate, the topic was all about Yi Chen at the moment. Breaking news, breaking news. Mad Southern Yi killed Northern Devil Jiang with a swing of his sword on the Jade Dragon's Snow Mountain. He killed Eastern Superior Ning with a punch and forced Western Overlord Lu to flee for thousands of miles. From now on, Eastern Superior, Western Overlord, and Northern Devil no longer exist. Only Mad Southern and Zhongwen's sword are left. In less than half an hour after the post was posted, the number of replies and followers exceeded 100,000. Everyone was shocked. Some people did not believe it and replied immediately, "Is that true? Mad Southern, you fought 3 of them on his own. Forget that he didn't lose, he even killed the 3 masters instead? Tell me, how much did Mad Southern you pay you? How can you joke about something like that? Although I know many people don't believe it, I just want to prove that it's true because I was on the Jade Dragon Snow Mountain at the time." Someone confirmed immediately. In reality, Mad Southern Yi didn't just kill the 3 masters. There was also Master Jingguang from Wutai Mountain. He died the worst. Does that mean Mad Southern Yi killed 4 masters? Damn, that's amazing. Can he not be so insane? Brother, let's talk on the phone. I don't have a video. Who would dare to take a video of the battle? Moreover, the Snow Mountain is cold and there's no signal. Someone was regretful. What a pity. Otherwise, we could have witnessed Mad Southern Ye's glory. We'd like to see if he really has 3 heads and 6 arms. Countless people posted crying emojis. A sock puppet with the nickname Ancient Martial Artist by Xiaosheng revealed another piece of shocking news. Hee, I'm afraid you guys have no idea that Mad Southern Yi actually killed 5 martial Dao masters within a day. Chapter 165. Someone said regretfully, "What a pity. Otherwise, we'd be able to witness Mad Southern Ye's glory and see if he really has 3 heads and 6 arms." Countless people posted crying emojis. A sock puppet called Ancient Martial Artist by Xiaosheng revealed another shocking news. Hee, I'm afraid you guys don't know that Mad Southern Yi actually killed 5 martial Dao masters in a day. Ancient Martial Artist by Xiaosheng's revelation made everyone dizzy. They thought they had seen it wrong. 5? Wasn't it 4? Why is there 1 more? Brother by Xiaosheng, tell us about it. Someone exclaimed. Countless people were curious too. In reality, Ancient Martial Artist by Xiaosheng was very mysterious in the Ancient Martial Arts Forum. He was powerful, so he knew things that people did not know. He was just like the paparazzi who would expose celebrities for cheating. However, he was slightly better. The things that he exposed were proven to be true. There was nothing fake about it. Therefore, people believed him more as time went by. Ancient Martial Artist by Xiaosheng replied upon realizing that he had whetted everyone's appetite. Let's not talk about Yuan Bupo. Apart from Northern Devil Jiang, Western Overlord Lu, Eastern Superior Ning, and Venerable Master Jingguang, Yi Chen killed another pirate. His name is Barton. He's one of Pirate Prince Rowan's generals. He's also a martial Dao master. He punched a hole through a ship 20 years ago. Back then, Western Overlord Liu was being hunted by Mad Southern Yi. He wanted to escape overseas, so he contacted Barton and the rest to get him. However, Mad Southern Yi killed him. Barton entered our country's sea territory to attack Mad Southern Yi. However, he was killed by Mad Southern Yi in the end. Laker was scared out of his wits and fled. Fish. Everyone inhaled sharply. They were shocked and enraged. Barton is just too arrogant. He's provoking us. Fortunately, he paid the price. Great kill. How dare a pirate come to China so brazenly? Didn't this man lose to General Yen 20 years ago? At that moment, someone asked, General Yen? The General Yen who is on par with Han Qinhu and Li Yunxiao? Yes, that's him. General Yen used 50 moves to defeat Barton 20 years ago. In the end, Mad Southern Yi used less than 5 moves to kill him. Ancient martial artist by Shaoxing replied, Ha ha ha, good death, good death. Being killed by your own people, this is really retribution. This is the consequence of provoking China. Those who offend my country will be killed no matter how far they are. After a short silence, the entire post was flooded with countless 666 comments. Everyone's eyes were red. Those who offend my country will be killed no matter how far they are. Before this, I thought that Mad Southern Yi was a fierce man who only cared about personal grudges. But I didn't expect him to understand the righteousness of the nation. Just based on this, he deserves the title of master. Oh my! How can there be brave warriors who guard the 4 corners of the world? Great, chivalrous people serve the country and the people. This is the original intention of our cultivation. At that moment, Yi Chen's reputation was one-sided. Some of the people who had opinions about him became his fans, and then his fans. Some people who saw things from afar asked worriedly, Oh, yeah, Mad Southern Yi killed Barton with 1 strike. Will Pirate Prince Rowan be angry and come over to take him away? After he reminded them, the others came back to their senses. However, at that moment, ancient martial artist Bai Shaosheng was gone. Bai Shaosheng F***CKU. You left us hanging. You can't do that. Don't ask. Everyone knows his temper. I think his wife asked him to do public service. Maybe he was invited for tea. Someone could not help but laugh out loud. Inside a pitch-black internet cafe, an old farmer was grinning as he looked at the various questions on the forum. He closed the page with a click. Sigh, if I were 10 years younger, I'd like to join in the fight too. I'm old. The old farmer started smoking. At that moment, his phone rang. 5 million yuan has been transferred to your account. As soon as the call was picked up, a woman's roar came from the other end. Goddamn old cow. Did you steal the red doo-doo that I hung outside my house last night? Cough, cough, cough. The old farmer coughed and denied immediately. No, it's definitely not me. Cui Hua, or think about it. Am I that kind of person? Get lost. I'll be damned if I believe you. You old man, you're so evil. Return it to me now. Remember to wash it clean. While the entire Chinese martial Dao world was in an uproar, someone could not help but exclaim, Is this Mad Southern Yi the reincarnation of the god of killing? He kills wherever he goes. The original Eastern Superior, Western Overlord, Southern Killer, and Northern Devil all died in his hands. Now, only unquestionable Jian is left. Do you guys think Mad Southern Yi will kill unquestionable Jian as well? Someone asked. I don't think so. The sword god of China, unquestionable Jian, doesn't show up all year round. He shouldn't have any grudge with Mad Southern Yi. Someone shook his head and said, Moreover, don't forget that the unparalleled sword challenged unquestionable Jian 2 months ago. There's less than a month left before their battle. What's going on in China these few years? There are so many talents. Apart from the god of killing, Mad Southern Yi, there's also the unparalleled sword. Personally, I feel that this unparalleled sword is even more of a genius than Mad Southern Yi. He's only 18 years old, but he defeated all the powerhouses consecutively. He even challenged unquestionable Jian. No matter what, it's a good thing that there are so many talents in China. Anyway, I'm looking forward to the battle between the unparalleled sword and unquestionable Jian. Is the little sword saint more powerful, or the sword god more powerful? Yi Chen stayed at home for the next few days. Compared to the uproar in the outside world, he seemed relatively calm. He asked Lin Tai to ask about the news in Beijing while he stayed at home with his daughter. He disappeared from the public sight for a few days, which made the outside world feel lost. At the Nine Dragons Bay Villa, I've finally broken through to peak stage spirit assembly. After a night of hard cultivation, joy flashed through Yi Chen's eyes as he sensed his cultivation base carefully. The peak of the spirit assembly state was only one step away from the foundation building state. At that time, he would be able to use even more techniques. He was even more confident that no one on earth would be able to threaten him. He got up and walked to the window. He lifted the curtain and looked in the direction of Yang City. It's almost 3 months. Yu Han, I think it's time for me to bring our daughter to you. I guarantee that nobody will be able to stop our family from reuniting this time. Many people have died in my hands. I don't mind more dying. However, there are 2 things that I need to do before I go to Yang City. P.S. Chapter 2. End of this chapter. Chapter 166. Yi Chen stayed at home for the next few days. Compared to the uproar in the outside world, he seemed rather calm. He asked Lin Tai to look for news from Beijing while spending time with his daughter at home. He had disappeared from the public sight for a few days, which made the outside world feel lost. At the Nine Dragons Bay Villa, I've finally broken through to peak stage spirit assembly. After a night of hard cultivation, joy flashed through Yi Chen's eyes as he sensed his cultivation base carefully. The peak of the spirit assembly state was only one step away from the foundation building state. At that time, he would be able to use even more techniques. He was even more confident that no one on earth would be able to threaten him. He got up and walked to the window. He lifted the curtain and looked in the direction of Beijing. It's almost 3 months. Yu Han, I think it's time for me to bring our daughter here to see you. I guarantee that nobody will be able to stop our family reunion this time. Many people have died in my hands, so I don't mind more dying. However, there are 2 things that I need to do before I go to Beijing. Yi Chen looked like he was in deep thought. Firstly, I need to settle everything and see if I should build an organization. That way, nobody in the entire Tiannan will dare to cause trouble even if I'm not here. Secondly, I need to look for geographical veins for foundation building. However, there's a lack of spiritual energy on Earth. I'm afraid most of the geographical veins have dried up. Even if there are any, they're half useless. At that moment, the butler, Ah Fu's voice came from outside. Master, there are 3 people outside requesting to see you. Should we? Yi Chen scanned with his divine consciousness and could not help but frown. He said, ask them to go to the living room. I'll be there soon. Ah Fu responded and left. Are they still unwilling to give up? Yi Chen fell into deep thought. There were 3 people outside, 2 ladies and a man. One of the ladies was Qin Yao, whom he had fought a few days ago. They did not get along back then, so Yi Chen did not have a good impression of her. Forget it. Why don't I ask them if they know anything about geographical veins? If they do, I don't mind joining them. Yi Chen secretly made up his mind. The Special Forces Brigade was the elite of the elites in China after all. They had many resources that ordinary people did not know about. They might really know about geographical veins. In the living room of the villa, 2 men and a woman sat quietly on the sofa. The man and woman on the left and right were young, about 25 or 26 years old. As for the woman in the middle, she was in her 30s and had a gentle temperament. The other 2 seemed to be centered around her. One of the young men took a sip of tea and said with an impatient expression, "Old man, Your master's face is really big. We've been waiting for a long time, but he still hasn't come out. Why don't you go and urge him? Master is busy. Please wait patiently. If the tea is not enough, I will give you more. Ah Fu smiled politely. What's up? The young man immediately stood up and said in a deep voice, If he's fine, then we'll be fine, right? Don't play dumb with me. Hurry up and rush him. Zhuo Wei, sit down, the woman in her 30s chided. Zhuo Wei sat down again and said angrily, Sister Qing, I really can't stand this. He thinks he can look down on us just because he's capable. I didn't believe what Yao Yao told me earlier, but I've seen it with my own eyes now. He looked at Qin Yao next to him as he spoke and said coldly, Don't worry, Yao Yao. I'll definitely teach him a lesson when he comes out. I'll avenge you. You can't even defeat me. How are you going to avenge me? Qin Yao chuckled coldly. She seemed to be annoyed that Zhuo Wei called her Yao Yao. Zhuo Wei was speechless at that moment. He said after a scoff, I don't believe that he's really that powerful. He killed 3 masters consecutively and destroyed the warship with a swing of his sword. He makes it sound like he's a god. That's enough. Don't talk so much. Wang Qing glared at him. Although that was what she said about Zhuo Wei, she was secretly upset. Since when did the firearms division have to be so humble when they were recruiting people? As soon as the news was released, nobody knew how many people would rush to join them. Moreover, he was the chief instructor, the leader of the firearms division. Soon Yi Chen walked in. Ah Fu went to welcome him immediately as he walked in. Yi Chen took a good look at the 3 of them and said calmly, I'm sorry to have kept you guys waiting. Meanwhile, Zhuo Wei and Wang Qing took a good look at Yi Chen at the same time. They could not help but feel a little disappointed when they saw that he looked mediocre and was dressed in plain clothes. Mr. Yi, I'm Wang Qing, this is Zhuo Wei, and this is Qin Yao. You've met them before. Wang Qing stood up politely and took the initiative to introduce them. Qin Yao and Zhuo Wei, on the other hand, sat still as if they did not see anything. Yi Chen did not mind. After getting Wang Qing to sit down, he got Ah Fu to get them another cup of tea. He then said directly, I wonder why you're looking for me, Ms. Wang. Wang Qing's expression froze. Clearly, she did not expect him to be so direct. She hesitated before saying, I wonder if you've heard of the firearms division, Mr. Yi? No. Yi Chen shook his head. You've heard of the Special Forces Brigade, right? Wang Qing glanced at him. She said while smiling after seeing him nod, The Special Forces Brigade is made up of the best and most powerful soldiers in China. It's not an exaggeration to describe them as the Army's elites. There are many Special Forces squads under the Special Forces Brigade, such as the Thunderbolt, the Battle Wolf, the Bright Sword, the Fire Phoenix, and so on. Meanwhile, our Firearms Division is under the Special Forces Brigade. We're under the direct jurisdiction of the Department of Defense. She paused as she spoke to this point and looked at Yi Chen half intentionally. However, Yi Chen had no expression on his face. Instead, he asked, So the purpose of your visit today is to get me to join the Firearms Division? That's right. Wang Qing inhaled lightly. We'd like to invite you to join the Firearms Division and be our chief instructor, Mr. Yi. Zhuo Wei, who was standing aside, had a slight change of expression as soon as he heard that. However, he said nothing in the end. His eyes were filled with dissatisfaction when he looked at Yi Chen. Qin Yao's eyes were cold, and there was no expression on her face. Chief instructor? Yi Chen's expression remained unchanged. Noticing that he was confused, Wang Qing explained, The 8 Special Forces under the Special Forces Brigade have a competition every year. It's also called the Military Base Competition. Her expression was rather unnatural. Unfortunately, our Firearms Division's chief instructor died in battle 3 years ago. Therefore, the position of chief instructor has been vacant for 3 years. Without anyone to teach us, we've ranked last in the military base competition for 3 consecutive years. Hearing that, Zhuo Wei and Qin Yao held their heads down one after another. You guys can look for someone else. Why me? I don't think we've talked to each other before. That was what Yi Qin was most confused about. Zhuo Wei, who was standing aside, scoffed. Do you think we want to look for you? Isn't it an order from the higher-ups? Wang Qing hesitated for a moment when she met Yi Chen's gaze. She nodded and said, The Chief of the Special Forces Brigade ordered you to be the Firearms Division's chief instructor. Yi Qin was not the only one who was confused. Even she was confused. Yi Qin was just too young and too ordinary, although there were many rumors about him. She thought they were exaggerated. Before Yi Qin could speak, Zhou Wei spoke again. I'm advising you to know where you stand. None of us in the Firearms Division are weak. If you're incompetent, you'll only be a joke if you join us. Yi Qin gave a short response and looked at him coldly. You don't seem to agree with me? Zhou Wei scoffed. Although he did not admit it directly, the disdain on his face betrayed him. Zhou Wei. Wang Qing glared at him. Yi Qin looked at him without moving and nodded. Since you don't agree with me, why don't we play something more exciting? Sure, I, Zhou Wei, will play with you any time. Zhou Wei chuckled, looking unconvinced. I wonder what game do you want to play? Yi Qin enunciated word for word. Russian roulette. Chapter 167. The few people in the house were shocked as soon as Yi Qin was done speaking. The people in the room were shocked, and their faces were filled with disbelief. They thought they had heard wrongly. The smile on Zhou Wei's face froze, and he looked extremely terrible. Are you crazy? Why are you playing this game? The so-called Russian roulette was actually a cruel gambling game. Different from poker and mahjong, the gambling tool was a revolver, while the bet was one's fate. The way it was played was to put 1 or 6 bullets into the revolver's 6 bullet slots and spin the revolver at will. Both parties would point the revolver at their own heads and shoot. It was a battle of life and death. It was cruel as it tested one's luck and guts. Therefore, Zhou Wei was shocked when he heard that. Even Wang Qing and Qin Yao, who were standing aside, were shocked. They looked at Yi Chen like they were looking at a lunatic. You don't dare to? Yi Chen said coldly. Zhou Wei's face flushed. I don't accept such a request. You're useless. Yi Chen chuckled. You don't even dare to play this game. What right do you have to challenge me? Zhou Wei was enraged. He was an elite in the military, so he had never been scolded like that. He said while clenching his teeth, Sure, I'll play with you. Zhou Wei, don't. Are you crazy? You'll die. Wang Qing's expression changed, and she stopped him immediately. As soon as one played this game, one would definitely die unless they gave up halfway. No matter if it was Zhou Wei or Yi Qin who died, it would not be a good thing. Qin Yao looked at Yi Qin coldly. Is it fun? Yi Qin ignored her and looked at Zhou Wei instead. Since he had said that, Zhou Wei wanted to give up, but he was afraid that he would embarrass himself before Qin Yao. All he could do was ask, Do you have a revolver? He thought that Yi Chen was just scaring him earlier. After all, it was impossible for a regular person to have a gun, let alone a revolver. I happen to have one. Yi Chen saw through what he was thinking. He smiled, and a revolver appeared in his hand. He had gotten it from Barton. Zhou Wei's expression turned terrible, as if he had eaten a fly when he realized that he really had a revolver. Yi Chen picked up the pistol and opened the magazine. It was filled with 6 bullets. He took out a bullet and left 5 inside. He looked at Zhou Wei and said, There are 5 bullets inside, and only 1 is empty. In other words, each of us only has 1 chance to shoot. His voice fell. Zhou Wei staggered and fell from the sofa onto the floor. He's out of his mind. He's really out of his mind. Wang Qing and Qin Yao stared with their eyes wide open. They suspected that Yi Qin had really lost his mind. Every time the revolver was fired, the cartridge slot would rotate once. If there was only 1 empty cartridge slot, the first shot might kill someone. If the first shot didn't kill someone, the second shot would definitely kill someone. In other words, once they started playing, Yi Chen and Zhuo Wei would kill one of them with a single shot. Zhuo Wei looked at Yi Chen in fear, his lips trembling. Lunatic, you're really a lunatic. I'm not playing with you anymore. I admit defeat. Trash. Yi Chen squeezed the two words out of his mouth, coldly. Subsequently, he put the bullet back. Just when everyone thought that he had given up, he picked up the revolver and rotated it slightly. He picked up the revolver and turned the cylinder slightly. When the cylinder stopped, he pointed the gun at his head. Wang Qing wanted to stop him by instinct. Since the cartridge slot was full, he would definitely die as soon as he fired. However, in the next second, the gun was fired. Wang Qing could not help but close her eyes. She seemed to not want to see the gory scene before her. Qin Yao did the same. Although she had conflicts with Yi Chen before, she did not want him to die. Among the three of them, Zhuo Wei was the only one who did not close his eyes. However, his expression was filled with horror. How is that possible? He saw Yi Chen extend 2 fingers to catch the bullet the moment the gunshot was fired. Most importantly, the muzzle was less than 10 centimeters away from his head. 10 centimeters aside, even if he was 100 meters away, he would not be able to dodge it. However, Yi Chen caught the bullet forcefully. Wang Qing and Qin Yao opened their eyes immediately upon hearing Zhuo Wei's voice. They did not look any better. If they had not seen it with their own eyes, they would not have believed it. Yi Chen did not seem to see their expressions. He smiled and pointed the gun at his head again. Bang! The gun was fired. The moment the gun was fired, the three of them saw Yi Chen's fingers stick to his forehead without them knowing. There was a bullet between his fingers. The three of them looked at each other in shock. If they still had any doubts before, they were now only left with shock. Subsequently, Yi Chen picked up the revolver again and fired a shot at his forehead. This time, he did not extend his hand to catch the bullet. Instead, he allowed the bullet to hit him. Ding! Zhuo Wei and the other two felt like they heard the sound of a bullet hitting a steel plate. They looked again. Nothing happened to Yi Chen's forehead. Meanwhile, there was a bullet that was flattened by something on the ground. Dead silence filled the place. Zhuo Wei looked like he had just seen a ghost. Wang Qing and Qin Yao were dumbstruck. Even bullets could not hurt him. Ha! Yi Chen smiled and looked at Zhuo Wei with extremely cold eyes. Let me ask you, do you surrender now? I surrender. Zhuo Wei gulped. He felt like there was a buzz in his head. Yi Chen nodded and looked at Wang Qing. I can be the Firearms Division's chief instructor, but I have 2 conditions. Please go ahead, Mr. Yi. Wang Qing bowed immediately. After witnessing the many techniques that Yi Chen had performed earlier, she was completely convinced by him now. Firstly, I won't report after joining the Firearms Division, let alone train with you guys. You guys can't restrict me. Wang Qing forced a smile. Mr. Yi, we're asking you to train us. If you don't go, then, let me put it this way, I won't be going anytime soon. Since the military base competition is usually at the end of the year, I'll go a month before the competition. Yi Chen said, Secondly, I need you guys to find a geographical vein for me. That was the reason why he was willing to join the Firearms Division. It was really difficult for him to find a geographical vein on his own. However, it was different for the government. A geographical vein? Wang Qing was slightly stunned. Subsequently, she looked at Zhuo Wei and Qin Yao in confusion. Both of them shook their heads to indicate that they had no idea. Yi Chen explained, to put it simply, it's some volcanoes, especially those that are dormant. Or it's a cold pond that will freeze if someone falls into it. Or it's a cold wind hole. The wind in the cold wind hole can even rip a person's skin off. Geographical veins were different from spiritual veins. Spiritual veins produced spiritual stones, while geographical veins were a rather unique, harsh environment. For example, a dormant volcano would not erupt all year round. Many flames had gathered in it, so there might even be a fire spirit growing there. On the other hand, a cold wind hole would be filled with strong wind that could slice one's skin and bones. Meanwhile, one would need a geographical vein to build one's foundation. Wang Qing came to a realization. She was a smart person, so she knew what to ask and what not to ask. She said after taking a deep breath in, "Misty, I can't agree to the two conditions that you mentioned. I'll report this to my superior." "Sure, just contact me when the time comes." Yi Chen nodded. He did not get Wang Qing to agree to him right away. After all, it was difficult to find a geographical vein. After getting his reply, Wang Qing and the rest left after staying for a while. On the other hand, Qi Niao glared at Yi Chen before she left. Her pretty face was pouting. "Be careful. My brother won't let you go." Chapter 168. Soon after Wang Qing and the rest left, Yi Chen reminded Afu. Just when Yi Chen was about to go home after reminding Afu, another woman came to the villa. It was Xiaoya. She had changed into a light blue dress that day. She was no longer as cold as when she was bullying the Kongtong sect earlier. "Xiao, you took a good look at the villa's decor." She seemed to be a little surprised, but she said while smiling, "Master, I'm going back to the Hmong village." "What time is your flight?" Yi Chen asked. 5 p.m. Yi Chen looked at the time and realized that it was only past 10 in the morning. It was not too early, so he could only nod and did not ask her to stay. In reality, Yi Chen was not good with words when it came to women. Moreover, they were women apart from Yuhan. Therefore, the atmosphere in the house was rather awkward. Eventually, Xiaoya broke the silence. "Master, who was the lady who was with you earlier?" "She's Mingming's auntie." Yi Chen did not hide the truth. Xiaoya was shocked. Her red lips parted softly. "Then where's Mingming's mother?" In reality, she did not know much about Yi Chen. Her general impression of him was from when they were in high school. She only had a deeper impression of him after he went to Tiannan to show off his skills. Before that, Xiaoya had no idea about Yi Chen's family at all, including his parents and Mingming's mother. She once suspected that Mingming's mother might have passed away. Otherwise, she would not have missed her. Therefore, she felt a little shy. Her mother. Yi Chen's expression changed slightly. He subsequently shook his head and said, "Forget it. Let's not talk about that. I saw you fighting sect leader Tang from the Kongtong sect. You've improved quite a lot. You must cultivate hard when you get back." He had taken this disciple in at the spur of the moment. He mainly wanted to stop Xiaoya and the people from the Hmong village from thinking about him. However, reality proved that Yi Chen was wrong. Xiaoya was a person who valued friendship. After knowing that the three masters were challenging him, she still resolutely traveled thousands of miles to help him. Xiaoya's pretty eyes dimmed upon noticing that he was unwilling to talk about it. However, she nodded calmly anyway. Yi Chen thought about it and returned to the second floor of the villa. Soon, he took out a bag the size of a palm and passed it to Xiaoya. "This is a storage bag. There are 6 cubic meters of space inside. You can use a drop of your blood to refine it. You can store important items inside. Of course, if you want to send me medicinal ingredients next time, you can also store them inside." "This is a storage bag?" Xiaoya stared blankly at the palm-sized bag. She was a little shocked. How could such a small bag contain things? "Yes, don't look down on its small size. The space inside is 6 cubic meters. Seeing that she was stunned, Yi Chen said while smiling, "Actually, it's something similar to Sumer's space. You'll understand it slowly in the future. However, you must keep this a secret and don't tell anyone. Otherwise, you'll get yourself killed." Back when he had obtained the dark Tao Void stone from the general's tomb, he had gathered other materials to forge a storage ring and 3 bags of holding. These items were worthless in the cultivation world, but on Earth, they were enough to make any organization go crazy for them. Xiaoya bit her finger and dripped a drop of blood onto the storage bag. She then refined it according to Yi Chen's refining method. Joy filled her pretty face. With this, it would be convenient for her to carry her cosmetics when she went out. She would not have to worry about not being able to carry it even when she was shopping. It was simply tailor-made for women. If Yi Chen knew what she was thinking about, he might kill her for the sake of justice. At the same time, a black BMW was parked by the road at the entrance of the Nine Dragons Bay Villa. Su Yue sat in the car, staring at the villa's exit every now and then. She would turn her head to ask Gua Sheng, who was next to her, "Brother Gua, did you really see that woman go in there?" Gua Sheng nodded. Su Yue's expression turned grim. "How long did that woman go in?" "About an hour," Gua Sheng answered in an unsure manner. Bang! Su Yue slapped the seat angrily. She was so mad that her face was pale. "Yi Chen, you're hiding a mistress here. You even had a secret meeting with that woman for an hour. I was wondering why that woman looked at you like she had just eaten candy every time. An hour was enough for something to happen. Bastard, how can you face my sister?" She opened the car door and walked directly to the villa's entrance, as she thought to this point. She was furious. "No, I must catch them in the act." "Second Missy, don't." Gua Sheng's expression changed. Yi Chen had performed the demonic, well, phantasm tactic on him. One could say that he was Yi Chen's puppet now. How could he do anything that would betray Yi Chen? Su Yue did not stop. She was going to go in angrily. At that moment, Xiaoya walked out. She was alone with a smile lingering on her pretty face. The two ladies stopped walking at the same time and looked at each other. None of them spoke, but their eyes were filled with hostility and killing intent. Standing aside, Gua Sheng had no idea what to do. He was afraid that the two of them would fight each other while grabbing each other's necks. Su Yue scoffed and said while suppressing the rage within her, "You're Miss Xiao, right? I'm Mingming's aunt. I wonder if I can have the honor of treating you to a meal?" She even glanced at Xiao Yu provocatively after saying that. "Humph, you slut. I'm challenging you. Let's see if you dare to accept it." Xiao Yu smiled lightly. Sure. Nobody knew what happened between the two ladies. However, Xiao Yu left the restaurant as if nothing had happened after the meal. She took a plane back to the Hmong village that afternoon. Meanwhile, there were 2 palm prints on Su Yue's face when she came out. They were so red that they were turning purple that night at the Hongtai Club. Yi Chen and Lin Tai sat in the private room. There was nobody around, not even a waiter. Lin Tai suppressed the horror within him and said to Yi Chen while looking at him, "My lord, have you really thought about going to Beijing? That's the Su family. I've been waiting for this day for a long time." Yi Chen looked up at the moon and said with a deep gaze, "The entire Beijing will either kneel under my feet or be crushed by my sword when I go there." A breathtakingly beautiful face couldn't help but appear in his mind, and all the things that happened in the past floated up into his mind. "Yuhan, I still remember the first time I met you. You fainted during the military training, so I sent you to the school's infirmary. I'll never forget the way you looked at me when you woke up. It's true, although it has been over 3,000 years, it's still vivid in my mind. I once killed a person within 10 steps, but I lost to your gaze. Yuhan, wait for me." "My lord, why don't I go with you? I can share your burden," Lin Tai said while clenching his teeth. Beijing was not only a place that Yi Chen wanted to conquer, but it was also Lin Tai's childhood nightmare. It was a shadow that he could never get rid of. However, for his lord, so what if he, Lin Tai, had to kneel to that person? No. Yi Chen turned his head to look at him and eased his expression. "You've been with me for some time now. I'll give you a shocking opportunity today. I hope that you'll become one of the 2 generals under me in the future." Chapter 169. Earth-Shattering Creation. Lin Tai was stunned at first when he heard that. Subsequently, endless joy appeared on his face. "Our lord." He seemed to have guessed something faintly. "Don't talk. Calm down." Yi Chen looked calm. Lin Tai took a deep breath, suppressing the excitement in him. Yi Chen pointed a finger between Lin Tai's brows after noticing that he was almost ready. Lin Tai released a low grunt as he felt a massive and violent memory surge. It almost made his head explode. Ouch! It hurts! He wanted to resist by instinct. But Yi Chen's calm voice came into his ears. Don't move. I'll teach you the Azura heaven-suppressing kill today. It's the Azura tribe's ultimate technique. The Azura heaven-suppressing kill has the first kill that slaughters living beings, the second kill that destroys all living beings, the third kill that breaks mountains and rivers, the fourth kill that destroys heaven and earth, the fifth kill that destroys the stars, the sixth kill that destroys hell, the seventh kill that shatters the sky, the eighth kill that kills immortals and Buddhas, and the ninth kill that destroys the three realms. Yi Chen's voice was like the Buddha's voice that rumbled in Lin Tai's head. Lin Tai endured the pain and tried his best to digest the memory. Eventually, his face was twitching from the pain. Sweat the size of beans drenched his body, but he was holding it in. Yi Chen stood aside and looked at him expressionlessly. If Lin Tai could not even endure such pain, he was destined to be a failure. Yi Chen would clear his memory for him. There was a tribe in the immortal world called the Azura tribe. They were also known as the Hercules, who were half human and half god. They were born with innate bodies and could lift cauldrons at the age of 3. The Azura tribe was born to fight, and they were brave and good at fighting. Unfortunately, Yi Chen had almost destroyed the Azura tribe, especially the Azura tribe's chief. Yi Chen had beheaded him on Mount Taihao with the Heavenly Emperor sword back then. His body turned into a mountain range that stood for 1,000 years. All in all, Lin Tai was suitable to cultivate the Azura tribe's cultivation method, no matter whether it was his physique or his personality. However, Yi Chen only gave him the first half, so he was not afraid that he would betray him in the future. He could suppress him with a flip of his palm. 2 hours later, Lin Tai finally finished digesting the memory in his head. Lin Tai finally digested the memories in his head. He opened his eyes all of a sudden, and his aura changed. He then knelt on one knee before Yi Chen. Thank you for granting me this, my lord. I'll definitely follow you to the end of my life. As he spoke, his entire body trembled violently. Even his heart was pounding. He was ecstatic because the body metamorpho scripture and the 18 dragon subduing palms were nothing but trash in front of it. What was shocking was that such a cultivation technique definitely did not exist on Earth. Then, the identity of the High Lord was obvious. The High Lord was truly a god. At this moment, Yi Chen had risen to the peak in Lin Tai's heart. He was like a god that gave him the urge to worship him. As the celestial Darch, I shall kill all enemies in the world. Yi Chen placed his arms behind his back and looked down at him in a condescending manner. Meanwhile, you're a killing sword in my hand. Although a sword is great, I don't want you to hurt your master. Otherwise, it's fine if this sword is destroyed. His tone seemed calm, but there was infinite killing intent in it. Lin Tai's heart clenched, and he buried his head immediately. I dare not. If I dare to betray you, my lord, I'll be struck by lightning and die a horrible death. Get up. Yi Chen nodded. Subsequently, a white jade bottle appeared in his hand. This is the Qi cultivation pill for cultivation. There are 10 of them in there. Take one every 3 days from now on. It'll speed up your cultivation progress. Lin Tai took it over and twisted the cap off. He smelled the fragrance of the pill at that moment. Just a whiff of it made him have goosebumps all over his body. He felt energized. Take one now and try to cleanse your meridians. Lin Tai held back his excitement and popped an Qi cultivation pill into his mouth. The medicinal pill melted as soon as it entered his mouth. It turned into pure energy that penetrated his organs and limbs through his esophagus. It charged through his meridians. Crackle, crackle. The sound of beans being fried immediately erupted from his body, and traces of black dirt seeped out of his face, accompanied by a foul stench. His body also expanded by a large margin. It was cleansing his meridians. Lin Tai stretched his arm out and blankly looked at the changes to his body. Excitement filled his eyes. Subsequently, he knelt on one knee before Yi Chen again. The ground shook when he knelt. A tile was crushed by his kneeling as if it was hit by an external force. Yi Chen accepted his kneeling calmly and said expressionlessly, "You know very well how much good fortune you've obtained. You know better than anyone that you don't flaunt your wealth. You'll get into trouble because of your wealth, so I won't say anything else." Lin Tai became serious immediately. If outsiders were to find out about such a method and these medicinal pills, they would go crazy. He did not have the ability to deal with that at the moment. He would definitely die a horrible death as soon as he exposed himself. "Before I leave, I'll give you a mission. You must complete it no matter what." Lin Tai listened attentively. "Please tell me what it is, my lord." Yi Chen said calmly, "Build an organization for me. I don't want too many people, just 800 will do. However, these 800 people can't be older than 40. I don't want people from wealthy families. I want them to be loyal and decisive. I'll only give you 10 days. I'll definitely complete it." Lin Tai was shocked. He asked again after some hesitation, "My lord, what's the name of our organization?" "Star Pavilion." Yi Chen sat down with his deep eyes. "You'll be the deputy pavilion master of the Star Pavilion for now. Bring them to Beijing to look for me when you've gathered enough people." He said the name without thinking. Compared to the Murder Heaven Alliance, which was a name that could easily be seen as a cult, the Star Pavilion was better. Lin Tai nodded immediately. "You know what to do with my parents." Yi Chen took a good look at him. He walked out of the Hong Tai Club after seeing that most of them had left. On the streets of Lin City, Yi Chen's skin was crystal clear under the moonlight like frost. Meanwhile, his eyes looked like they had been through the ages. "Yang Tian, your future is in your hands. If you can complete my test, you'll be the second most powerful general under me. If you can't, it's good to be an ordinary person." He turned around and left after saying that. 200 miles away, at the border of Jiangbei and northern Jiangsu, a middle-aged man with messy hair and a face full of stubble walked on a highway with a tattered sackcloth bag in his left hand and a wooden stick in his right hand. The passing drivers all looked at him. Perhaps because he walked too fast, the middle-aged man stumbled forward and fell flat on his face. The rag fell to the ground, and a large number of bottles and cans spilled out. They were all mineral water bottles and cans. The middle-aged man stood up without saying a word and put the bottles and cans back. He picked up the ragged cloth bag and continued to walk forward. After walking to an empty forest, the middle-aged man suddenly squatted on the ground and cried. He wiped his tears and said, "Goddamn oldie, you've really screwed me over. 5 days, a whole 5 days. Do you know how I, Yang Tian, survived these 5 days?" He did not have a single cent on him. If he wasn't sleeping in the forest, he would be sleeping under the bridge. He had not eaten a full meal. His beard had not been shaved for 5 days, and there was even a hole in his shoes. "I'm AF asterisk king, B asterisk starred too. I gave up my job as a general manager, and a job with an annual salary of millions. I had to believe that B asterisk starred oldie. I started my journey to the north and lived by scavenging. Really, I feel disgusted looking at myself now. I want to go back. I miss my son. However, I know that Yi Chen and I will be in 2 different worlds if I go back. I can still be a general manager, and I can even be a CEO in the future. I don't have to scavenge anymore." Yang Tian sat on the ground and cried. He mumbled to himself like a lunatic. "I, Yang Tian, will never scavenge even if I starve to death." Grunt. At that moment, his stomach growled. Yang Tian patted the ragged sackcloth bag next to him and leaned his head on it directly, as if it was a treasure. His voice was so soft that it could not be heard. "Forget it, let's go to sleep. I'll get to the county early tomorrow morning and sell this thing to a trash collector. I can add another egg." Chapter 170. At night, Yi Chen had been thinking about going to Beijing on his way back. The only thing that troubled him was how to convince his parents. After all, to his parents, the Su family was a wealthy family in Beijing. They were a giant, and it was difficult for an ordinary family like the Yi family to fight them. Meanwhile, Yi Chen's identity as a cultivator was too shocking, so he did not want his parents to find out too soon. He had to bring Meng Meng along. Yu Han had been separated from her daughter for 3 years. As the saying went, a mother and daughter were connected. Nothing was more important than letting Yu Han see her daughter at first glance. Yi Chen arrived home as he was thinking, but he still could not come up with a reason to convince his parents. Yi Chen was surprised to find out that his parents were still awake after entering the house. Meng Meng, on the other hand, was sleeping soundly in his mother's embrace. Yi Chen sat down and said calmly, "Dad, Mom, why aren't you guys resting yet? Your mom and I are discussing Wenwen's engagement banquet." His father, Yi Hai, took a puff of his cigarette, seeming to be in a dilemma. Yi Chen was slightly stunned. "Engagement banquet?" "Yes, it's your second uncle's Wenwen's engagement banquet." His mother took over the conversation and explained, "Isn't your second uncle working in the development zone office at 9 Dragons Bay? I think he's the deputy director of the management committee. Coincidentally, his superior son is pursuing Wenwen recently. Since your second aunt has been matchmaking, they got engaged within a few days. Now they're getting engaged in 3 days." Yi Chen was shocked. "Yi Wen is getting engaged?" Yi Hai sighed and said, "Your second aunt called us earlier. She invited us to attend the banquet, so your mother and I were discussing how many gifts we should give." "Your second aunt has never welcomed us. She's calling us this time because she wants to brag to us," Wu Lan said, feeling rather indignant. Wu Lan said indignantly, although she was not cultured, she could still distinguish the ways of the world. Yi Hai scolded her with a stern face, "You're too narrow-minded. We should go regardless of whether Xiaowei calls us or not. Moreover, Xiao Chen's second uncle and Wenwen called too. I'm afraid that you'll embarrass yourself when you go," Wu Lan scoffed. Seeing that his parents were about to argue, Yi Chen said in between tears and laughter, "Dad, Mom, let's go. I'll pay for the gift. What's there to argue about? Okay, let's go together. Although our family is poor, we can't let outsiders talk behind our backs." Yi Hai nodded. Although Yi Chen agreed, he secretly sighed. If that was the case, it would take at least 3 days for him to go to Beijing. Soon, Yi Chen's mother carried Meng Meng back to their room to sleep with a gloomy face. Yi Chen and his son were the only ones left in the living room. Yi Hai was watching the evening news on the television. However, Yi Chen was a little absent-minded. He was wondering if he should tell his parents that he was going to Beijing. At that moment, the evening news ended. Yi Hai turned on the TV and got up, intending to return to his room. The moment he turned around, Yi Chen suddenly said, "Dad." Yi Hai turned around and looked at him with a confused expression. Yi Chen was instantly speechless. "All right, sleep early. I know what you're going to say. I'll take care of the gift." Yi Hai waved and peeped into the room secretly. He lowered his voice and said, "Your mom is the one who takes care of the money in our family. However, I've been hiding some money for the past 2 months. Don't tell your mom." Before he was done speaking, Wu Lan's suspicious voice came from the room. "What money?" Yi Hai jolted and returned to the room with a smile on his face. Yi Chen seemed to have heard something faintly, cough, cough, cough. "I'll tell you that I've never hidden money." Yi Chen was speechless. At the same time, he felt a huge sense of relief. "Forget it if you don't want to tell me. I can't tell Yi Hai that your son went to the cultivation world during the 5 years that I disappeared. I cultivated for 3,000 years and became a heavenly emperor. Then I came back out of nowhere. Not only is your son a cultivator, but he's also the mad Southern Yi who's famous in China. He kills a person every 10 steps and is the Tiannan #1. All the wealthy families in the entire Tiannan have to look up to your son. Your son is an invisible tycoon with a net worth of over 10 billion yuan. Yi Hai would not faint from shock if he were to tell the truth. Instead, he would slap him. I'm only 55 years old this year. I haven't reached the stage of Alzheimer's. He returned to the room as he thought to himself. In the second half of the night, a black puppy rolled its eyes and climbed out of the window. It ran to a clubhouse near the district. Damn you, Xiao Yezi. You went to the Hmong village and brought a snake back. Let's call it second brother for now. Although second brother is young, his temper is worse than mine. He's just a little dumb. I tricked him the day before yesterday, and he really stuck his tongue out to lick the socket of the electric board. Second brother, you're still too young to compete with me for my favor. I can kill you with just a little trick. The patriarch was chuckling as he walked. No, I have to work hard to cultivate. I can't let my second brother replace me. Otherwise, I might really become a pot of delicious dog meat. The next morning, Su Yue came when Yi Chun was cooking in the kitchen while his parents went to work. The first thing that the lady said was, "I'm going home." Yi Chun responded indifferently and proceeded to pick up the spatula to stir-fry the beef. His attitude made Su Yue mad. I said, "I'm going home. Aren't you going to say anything?" Yi Chun remained unmoved. You bastard! Su Yue stomped her feet in anger. She said, while clenching her teeth, "Let me ask you, did you become so powerful because you disappeared for 5 years?" She had mixed feelings about Yi Chun. She thought he was just a piece of trash, but he turned out to be mad southerny who killed masters like dogs. That aside, most importantly, his female disciple had become extremely powerful too. Su Yue would never forget that when she invited Xiaoya to dinner at the hotel, she took the opportunity to make things difficult for Guosheng to fight Xiaoya. In the end, Xiaoya defeated Guosheng completely. Meanwhile, Su Yue was slapped twice by Xiaoya in public. Her face was swollen for 2 days. Seeing that Yi Chun was silent, Su Yue said while suppressing her rage, "Don't you want to save my sister?" Yi Chun turned around and looked at her with a rather sharp gaze. "I'll give you 5 minutes. Scram after you're done." Su Yue was shocked by his gaze. She said, while stammering, "Why our family has underestimated you. Your ability is enough for our family to take you seriously. What I mean is that you should come to the Su residence with me. I'll talk to my second brother. He should agree to you being with my sister." Scram! Su Yue looked at him blankly. "Yi Chun, why you really want to be my family's enemy? You'll only harm yourself if you do that. You can't imagine how powerful my second brother is. So what if I'm your family's enemy?" Yi Chun suddenly smiled. "Since when do I, Yi Chun, need your family to take me seriously? Our current situation is all thanks to your Su family. What I want is to make your Su family despair, fear, and tremble. Are you going to destroy my family?" Su Yue's voice was extremely sharp as disbelief filled her face. "Scram! I'll kill you right now if you say another word." Chapter 171. In the morning, 3 days later, at Dongda Hotel. It was a 5-star hotel in Lin City that was only second to the auspicious manor. However, the entire hotel was booked today. There were 3 floors inside and 3 floors outside. It was crowded and it was bustling. There were all sorts of festive decorations at the entrance of the hotel. Countless well-trained hostesses stood at the entrance, welcoming the guests one after another with a warm smile. Today was Yi Wen's engagement day. Yi Ming and Yang Hui, who were in formal attire, stood at the entrance and greeted the guests who passed by passionately. In the hotel, Yuan wore a white gown and a white silk glove while holding a young man gently with her right hand. The young man wore a branded suit and had rather handsome features. He could not stop smiling at the guests around him as he held Yuan. Compared to his smile, Yuan seemed much colder. Her beautiful eyes would look out of the hotel every now and then. She could not help but feel a little disappointed when she realized that the person she was waiting for was not among the guests. The young man could not help but ask softly upon noticing her odd behavior, "What are you looking at?" "Nothing." Yi Wen shook her head and secretly sighed. It seemed like her cousin would not be coming today. The young man observed the crowd and said while frowning, "Your cousin's family isn't here yet." "Perhaps they have something to do," Yi Wen said while smiling. "Something." The young man's expression could not help but turn grim. He was the son of the management committee's director after all. He also ran a real estate company, so he was considered a celebrity in the entire Lin City. As soon as the engagement news was announced, countless business celebrities came in advance. Even his father, Su Yuanhong's friends in the political world, were there. However, a poor relative of the Yi family was not here. Was he trying to embarrass him? Su Zhong scoffed and walked to his father, Su Yuanhong's table to toast him, leaving Yi Wen behind. At the hotel entrance, seeing that almost all the guests had arrived, Yang Hui looked at the time and looked at Yi Ming rather coldly. "Look at that brother of yours. It's already so late and he's still not here. Does he really think that his family is some big shot? Playing the game of being the last to appear. He must have something to do." Yi Ming shook his head helplessly and took out his phone. "Should I call him and ask?" A faint chuckle came. "There's no need to fight. Second uncle, we're here." Yang Hui and Yi Ming lifted their heads to look. They saw Yi Chen walking in front while carrying his daughter, Ming Ming. Meanwhile, Yi Hai and Wu Lan were following behind him. They were dressed rather formally, but they were not eye-catching. Yang Hui's expression turned completely grim when she saw Yi Chen's family coming empty-handed. The others brought all sorts of gifts such as home appliances and sofas, but they came empty-handed. "Second uncle, I'm really sorry. I ran into a situation along the way, so I'm late." Yi Chen walked to Yi Ming and smiled apologetically. "I'm fine." Yi Ming waved and walked to Yi Hai immediately while smiling. "Brother, sister-in-law, since you're here, come in and take a seat." "Congratulations, second brother. Your Wenwen has finally found her own happiness. We're old now." Yi Hai sighed and was about to follow Yi Ming in as he spoke. At that moment, Yang Hui suddenly said, "Wait, you took a taxi here? Why is it that no one else is blocking but you guys?" "A friend of Xiaochen's drove me here, but the car broke down halfway," Wu Lan could not help but say. Yang Hui chuckled. "Why didn't you guys call us? Perhaps we would have gotten Su Zhong to pick you guys up in his Mercedes." She said the word Mercedes extremely loudly, as if Yi Chen and the rest could not hear her. "All right, stop talking." How could Yi Ming not hear the boasting in his wife's words? He glared at her with a grim expression. Yang Hui ignored him and said, "Since we're all family, I'll make it clear. Most of the people here today are Su Zhong's business friends, as well as his in-laws. They're all rich and powerful, so try not to talk and eat more when you're inside." Yi Chen frowned. Wu Lan looked furious. She seemed to want to say something, but Yi Hai pulled the corner of her shirt. Yi Hai said with an unnatural expression, "We understand, sister-in-law." Yang Hui scoffed and walked in first. Yi Ming looked awkward. "Brother, that's just how Yang Hui is. Don't take it to heart. Let's go in." They walked into the hotel under his lead. Yi Hai lowered his voice and asked while walking, "Xiaochen, I think your second Anne is a little upset because we didn't bring a gift. Didn't you say that you've prepared a gift? Where is it?" "It's still on the way," Yi Chen said. The hotel was already filled with people. As Yi Chen and the rest walked in, countless eyes were trained on them at that moment. There were different figures in their eyes, but most of them were sneers and disdain. Yi Wen, who was listening to Su Zhong's mother's lecture on the third floor, had her beautiful eyes lit up. She walked to the first floor, quickly, while everyone was watching, and welcomed them. "Brother, you guys are here." Yi Chen nodded. Yi Hai and Wu Lan said while smiling sincerely, "Congratulations, Wenwen. Let your father have a grandson soon." "Uncle, Auntie, thank you." Yi Wen smiled shyly and held her head down in embarrassment. Yang Hui said angrily, "All right, Wenwen. What are you doing down here instead of accompanying your future mother-in-law? Go now. Don't let people say that you're ill-mannered. Mom, I'd like to talk to my cousin and the rest. Yi Wen was a little hesitant. Yang Hui was enraged. You, all right, it's a happy day today. Don't make a fuss and make a fool of yourself, Yi Ming said while frowning. Yi Wen nodded lightly and gave Yi Chen an apologetic smile. She then turned around to go upstairs. Brother, let's go up. I'll introduce some people to you, Yi Ming said while smiling and took the initiative to walk in front. After they went up to the third floor, they saw a table with approximately 7 to 8 people sitting before it. There was a middle-aged woman sitting in the middle. The man had a square face and looked majestic without being angry. The woman looked extremely luxurious and well-maintained. She looked like she was in her 30s. Brother, let me introduce you guys. This is the director of the management committee, Su Yuanhong. This is Su Zhong. Yi Ming introduced Su Zhong and the rest to each other. Yi Hai extended his hand cautiously when he heard that Su Yuanhong was the director of the Development Zone's Management Committee. Director Su, I've seen you on TV a long time ago. I can't believe that the Yi and Su families are together. Su Yuanhong frowned, facing Yi Chen's politeness. He said softly, I don't have the habit of shaking hands with people. The smile on Yi Hai's face froze. At that moment, the air was a little heavy. A cold smirk appeared at the corner of Su Zhong's lips. Yang Hui pretended not to see that. Meanwhile, the middle-aged woman sitting next to Su Yuanhong looked at Yi Chen's family with disdain. Yi Wen's pretty face had a slight change of expression. Yi Ming's expression turned grim at that moment. He looked at Su Yuanhong rather unhappily, even though this person was his superior and his future-in-law. Chapter 172. Yi Chen squinted and was going to step forward. However, Yi Hai held him back tightly. I'm sorry. I forgot that I didn't wash my hands before I left today. It's good that we don't shake hands. Yi Hai stretched his hand back immediately and smiled awkwardly. He found a way out of this embarrassing situation. He secretly pulled the corner of Yi Chen's shirt after speaking, signaling him not to act rashly. It was a joyous occasion for Yi Ming's family today. As his brother, he should be magnanimous and not embarrass everyone. Yi Chen squinted and glanced at Su Yuanhong. He then glanced at Yi Wen, who was begging him. He said nothing eventually. At that moment, Su Zhong lifted his head slightly to look at Yi Chen. He asked, I wonder what's your job now, Brother Yi? Yi Chen did not even look at such an aunt. He got his parents to sit down. Oh, him? He's unemployed now. Yang Hui could not help but reply for Yi Chen. However, Yi Wen and Yi Ming glared at her. She then shut her mouth, looking like she did not care at all. Jobless? Jobless? He's already an adult. Shouldn't he find a job and work hard? The middle-aged lady next to Su Yuanhong said in a sarcastic tone. Su Zhong chuckled softly. The disdain in his eyes was getting more obvious. My company needs someone to look after the construction site. Since you're Wenwen's cousin, look for me at the office tomorrow. Su Zhong, what do you mean by that? Yi Wen's pretty face turned cold. She had no idea why Su Zhong's family was so arrogant. If she had known earlier, she would not have agreed to get engaged to Su Zhong no matter what. Besides, your so-called pride is worthless in my cousin's eyes. I don't mean anything. Aren't I helping your relative? Su Zhong said coldly. You're going to be my family soon. Who are you helping? Yi Ming took a deep breath in and said while suppressing his rage, Su Zhong, it's getting late. Get the dishes to be served. He was disappointed with Su Zhong. I'm sorry, Brother Yi. I have something to deal with, so I'll make a move first. Have fun. Su Yuanhong suddenly stood up and said. Yi Ming's expression changed, and he said coldly, Su Yuanhong, what do you mean by that? Haha, what do you mean by that? That's what I wanted to ask you. Su Yuanhong chuckled out loud. Yi Ming, it's your family's blessing that my family likes your daughter. Everyone is here, but your relatives are late. Are you trying to slap me in the face? Are you saying that you want to break off the engagement? Yi Ming was pissed. Su Yuanhong said coldly, "You said it yourself." "I understand." Yi Ming nodded and turned his head to look at Yi Wen, who was standing aside. "Wenwen, I'm asking you officially. Do you really like Su Zhong?" As soon as he said that, Su Zhong smiled proudly. He did not seem nervous at all. Instead, he looked at Yi Wen wryly. Su Yuanhong was disdainful. To him, Yi Ming was no exception. The reason why he agreed to marry his daughter to his son was that he was interested in his political resources. "What are you doing, Yi Ming?" Yang Hui's expression changed slightly. She seemed to have noticed Yi Ming's intention. "Shut up!" Yi Ming suddenly shouted at her. "Why are you interrupting when the men are talking?" "Yi Ming, why you?" Yang Hui's eyes were wide open as she looked at him in disbelief. She seemed to have never thought that her husband would be so domineering all of a sudden. Yi Ming took a deep breath in and mocked. "I've tolerated you for 25 years since you married me. No matter how stingy, mean, or petty you are, I won't hold it against you." He paused as he spoke to this point and pointed at Yi Hai next to him. "But Yi Hai is my brother. We share the same mother. My parents died early. If my brother didn't take care of me when I was young, Yi Ming, would have died a long time ago. When I was 5 years old, I had a high fever. It was my older brother who carried me for more than 50 kilometers to the town to see a doctor. He walked from dawn to dusk. My older brother struggled to carry me to the entrance of the hospital before he fainted. At that time, my older brother was only 8 years old. That's why I survived. My parents aren't around. An older brother is like a father. I've told you this many times, but what did you do?" Yi Ming's lips were shaking. "You were afraid that I would give money to my brother secretly, so you guarded against me, especially when Meng Meng was sick. You even went through my wallet in the middle of the night. Yang Hui, are you really that cold-blooded? Why are you so mean?" Yi Hai turned his head away and rubbed his eyes. He turned his head and said, while forcing a smile, "All right, that's enough. That's all in the past." Wu Lan covered her mouth and cried quietly. Yang Hui was speechless for a long time, as if she was struck by lightning. Yi Wen suddenly walked to Yi Hai and knelt on the ground in all seriousness. She kowtowed 3 times. "Uncle, our family has let you down, especially my mother and I. I'm here to apologize to you. She had no idea about all that." Get up now." Yi Hai stretched his arm out to help her up immediately. He said while sobbing, "Your father is right. We're brothers by blood. Since we're family, there's no need to be so polite." Yi Wen wiped her tears and got up to look at Yi Ming. She enunciated word for word. "Dad, I'll answer your question now. In reality, I don't like Su Zhong at all. The reason why I agreed to get engaged to him was because my mom kept forcing me." Su Zhong was stunned as soon as she was done speaking. Su Zhong and Yang Hui were both stunned. The smile at the corner of Su Yuanhong's lips froze. "Great!" Yi Ming laughed out loud. He turned around to look at Su Yuanhong and his son. "You guys heard what my daughter said. It's fine if we don't get engaged. Guys, do whatever you want. Yi Ming, you must think this through." Su Yuanhong said with a grim expression. "There's no need to think about it." Yi Ming waved. "My Yi family can't compare to your Su family. My Wenwen doesn't deserve your son. All right, since you're going to fall out with me, I'm not afraid to say something harsh. This is the end of your career as the deputy director of the management committee. Let's go." Su Yuanhong flung his sleeve and was about to leave. "Wait," a cold voice came. Yichen got up slowly and walked to Su Yuanhong. He looked at him extremely coldly. "Did I allow you guys to leave? What, are you going to bite us? You piece of trash." Su Zhong laughed out of rage. Su Yuanhong was laughing out of anger too. "Young man, I admire your courage, but do you know who you've offended?" "Oh, I'd like to hear about it." Yi Chen gave a short response. Su Yuanhong said with a fake smile, "My senior brother is Director Xiao of the city's Public Security Bureau. Do you believe that a phone call from me can put you in jail for 8 to 10 years? Then, do you know who you've offended?" Yi Chen picked up a banana from the ground and gave it to his daughter, who was in his embrace after peeling it. Xiao Chen asked them to leave. Yi Ming's expression changed. At that moment, a voice came from the first floor. "Director Xiao of the city's Public Security Bureau is here." Everyone was shocked. What was happening? Even such a tough boss was here? Su Yuanhong was stunned at first. Then he was over the moon. "You're dead meat. Director Xiao is here." As soon as he said that, Yi Hai, Yi Ming, and the rest had a change of expression. Su Zhong glanced at them proudly. Now, he knew that it was useless to regret. Soon, a middle-aged man in casual clothes walked up. A middle-aged man in casual clothes walked over. Su Yuanhong hurriedly greeted him with a face full of smiles. Senior brother, however, Director Xiao, seemed to not see him. He walked straight to Yi Chen and said in a slightly respectful tone, "Greetings, Master Yi!" Dead silence filled the place. Su Yuanhong looked like he had turned into stone. Yi Hai, Yi Ming, and the rest were dumbstruck. The welcoming voice came again. "Director of Oshan International Fashion Company, Limited, Ms. O Lan is here." "Director of Emperor Building Materials Company, Mr. Huang Hao is here." "Director of Ingjia Technology, Mr. Zhao Jian is here." "Director of Hongtai Entertainment, Ellen Tai is here." "Director of the Han family, Old Master Han Helen is here." "Old Master Gu of the Gu family and Ms. Gu Ying are here." There were more than 30 people greeting the guests. All of them were well-known business tycoons in the Southern Heaven region, and some of them were even big shots in the political circles. Lin Tai, also known as Brother Leopard, could be considered the underground emperor of the entire Lin city. They did not expect him to be here too. What shocked them the most was that even the old masters of the two wealthy families in Tianan, the Han family and the Gu family, were here too. Those two were old seniors who could shake Tianan by stomping their feet. It was not an exaggeration to describe them as highly respected. Gasp! The crowd gasped. They were dizzy from the series of names, and their legs were shaking. Su Yuanhong, Su Zhong, and the rest were completely stunned. Yi Ming was dumbstruck. "I don't think I've invited these bosses for my daughter's engagement, have I? Moreover, even if I did, they wouldn't come. Why do they look like they're at a market now?" Before they could think too much about it, Old Master Gu and an old man with gray hair led tens of people over. Everyone walked to Yi Chen. Old Master Gu took the lead and clasped his fists. "Greetings, Master Yi!" Subsequently, he said to Yi Ming, who was dumbstruck, while smiling, "Congratulations, Mr. Yi. You've given birth to a great daughter." Just when Yi Ming was going to speak, a stuttering voice came from outside again. "Dianan's Chao family, Zhao family, Lu family, Xiangnan's Zhang family, Wen family, and Feng family are kneeling at the door. They're asking to see Master Yi." Hearing that, everyone felt their vision go black, and they almost fainted onto the ground. All of the wealthy families in the entire Tianan were here. Moreover, they were kneeling at the door just to see Master Yi. Yi Ming, Yi Hai, Yang Hui, Su Yuanhong, Su Zhong, and the rest looked at Yi Chen with shock in their eyes. If they remembered correctly, those people called Yi Chen Master Yi earlier. Su Yuanhong gulped hard. He felt like he had gotten himself into big trouble. Yi Chen said to the greeter downstairs, without even lifting his head, "Make them kneel." Chapter 173. Let them continue to kneel. Yi Chen's voice was neither loud nor soft, but it spread to every corner of the 3 floors of the Dongda Hotel. Everyone felt dizzy. The people outside were the wealthy families of the entire Tianan. Any one of them could shake Tianan by stomping their feet. Who exactly was this Master Yi? Forget that he did not welcome him personally. He even made them continue to kneel. Only a portion of them were stunned at first. Subsequently, their expressions changed drastically as horror filled their eyes. They seemed to have recalled who Master Yi was. They jolted and looked at the third floor with burning passion and respect in their eyes. Master Yi was in this hotel too. However, most of them were secretly waiting to see what would happen to Yi-Chin. This Master Yi was courting death since he dared to make all the wealthy families of Tiannan kneel. Even the receptionist at the door was no exception. She was stunned for a moment and walked outside while suppressing her shock. She stammered to the few people kneeling at the door, "Master? Master," Yi said to continue kneeling. She was prepared to be scolded after saying that. However, to her shock, those people nodded at the same time and said, "Sure, please tell Master Yi that we're wrong. As long as Master Yi can forgive us, we're willing to kneel for as long as we can." "Sure." The receptionist's body trembled slightly. She turned around with difficulty and said to the third floor, "And Master Yi, they said that as long as you can forgive them, they're willing to kneel for as long as—" Gasp! The entire Dongda Hotel gasped. It was dead silence on the third floor of the hotel. Su Yuanhong remained where he was earlier. If one were to look closely, one would notice that his entire body was shaking. Sweat the size of beans was dripping from his hair. No matter how dumb he was, he knew what was going on. There were so many bosses here today, and all of them were here for Yi-Chin. Any one of them could destroy the Song family. Who exactly did I offend? He could not stop screaming in his heart, feeling regretful. Fear filled Su Zhong's face. He had lost the arrogance and pride he had earlier. His lips were shaking as he repeated, How is this possible? How is this possible?" Yi Chen's parents and Yi Wen's family were the most shocked. Yi Wen was still fine. After all, she knew that her cousin was Master Yi. Yi Hai Wulan and Yi Ming, on the other hand, were dumbfounded. They instinctively thought that these people had gotten the wrong person. Yang Hui's face twitched hard. She forced a smile that looked uglier than crying. "Yi Chin, why do they call you Master Yi?" "Because I am Grandmaster Yi." Subsequently, he glanced at the dozens of people standing before him expressionlessly. He did not know many of them and had never seen them before. His gaze rested on Old Man Gu and Old Man Han for a moment, and he immediately understood. The Gu family wanted to use today's engagement banquet to promote themselves and the Yi family. Unfortunately, part of Yi Chen's identity was exposed. "Shao Chen this?" Yi Hai could not help but ask. "Dad, I'll explain to you later." Yi Chen smiled, and his gaze turned cold gradually. "Which one of you is Chief Shao of the Linen City Public Security Bureau? Come out and let me have a look." As soon as he was done speaking, a middle-aged man with a potbelly and casual clothes walked out. He was all smiles. "Master Yi, that's me." Yi Chin took a good look at him and pointed at Su Yuanhong before him. "Do you know this person?" Su Yuanhong closed his eyes in despair. Oh no, everything was over. On the other hand, Su Zhong seemed to have seen his savior. He said, as if he was asking for help, "Uncle Shao, it's me, Shao Zhong." Chief Shao glanced at the father and son coldly. He then shook his head numbly. "Master Yi, I don't know any of them." Plop! Su Yuanhong fell onto the ground. "Uncle Shao, why you?" Su Zhong stared at Chief Shao in disbelief with his eyes wide open. He could not believe that Uncle Shao, who treated him like his godson, would be so cold now. "You really don't know him?" Yi Chin looked at Chief Shao suspiciously and said while smiling, "Director Su just said that he's someone I can't afford to offend. He even said that you're his backer. As long as he calls you, you'll arrest me and put me in jail for 8 to 10 years. Grandmaster Yi, I really don't know this person. I think he often uses my reputation to intimidate others." Chief Zhao's heart sank. Then he said with a straight face, "Don't worry. Given that the father and son's behavior has damaged the image of the public servants of the country, I will definitely pursue this matter to the end. I will not let any black sheep off. Hearing this, Su Yuanhong's scalp tingled. He knew that his family's fate had been thrown into the abyss. He knelt before Yi Chen immediately in fear and kowtowed like he was pounding garlic. Grandmaster Yi, it was me who looked down on you. I had eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai and offended you. I apologize to you here. Please let us go. We're willing to continue our engagement with Yi Ming. Su Zhong looked at Yi Chen in resentment and said, Dad, get up now. Don't beg him. Beast, shut up. Su Yuanhong turned his head and glared at him ferociously. Idiot, don't you know what's going on? This person before us is the king of Tianan. As soon as we offend him, even if we're clean, we'll be slandered. Yi Ming and Yang Hui watched that with a complicated expression. The director of the management committee was kneeling before his nephew and begging for mercy, especially Yang Hui. The reason why she wanted to matchmake her daughter with Su Zhong was that she liked the Su family's background. She thought that they were wealthy. However, she only found out now. Her useless nephew, Yi Chen, was the real wealthy. All wealthy families had to look up to him. Bada! Yi Chen lit a cigarette slowly and lifted his left leg to step on the table. He said expressionlessly, My shoes seem to be a little dirty. I'll wipe them for you. How could Su Yuanhong not understand what he meant? He knelt a few steps forward immediately and wiped Yi Chen's Playboy casual shoes that he bought for over 100 yuan with the sleeve of his branded suit. His movements were practiced and experienced. He would lift his head to smile at Yi Chen from time to time. One look and one could tell that he had been practicing. Su Zhong watched everything with his eyes wide open. The father that he was so proud of, the father that could do whatever he wanted, was wiping shoes for the useless man in his eyes like a shoe shine on the street. Yi Chen flicked a pile of cigarette ash onto his face. His voice was extremely cold. I meant for you to lick them. Chapter 174. I mean, you can lick it. As soon as Yi Chen said that, Su Yuanhong's face went stiff, and a look of rage and humiliation flashed across his face. However, he didn't dare to do anything. Yi, don't cross the line. Su Zhong walked over immediately and grabbed Su Yuanhong. He glared at Yi Chen hatefully. Pa! Yi Chen slapped him onto the ground. He lifted his foot and stepped on his face, deforming it. He looked down at him in a condescending manner. The reason why I'm ignoring you is that I can't be bothered to talk to you. Do you really think you're somebody? Su Zhong panted heavily while his eyes were bloodshot. He wanted to struggle, but Yi Chen stomped on him tightly. He had never been treated like this before. Yi Chen said coldly, Your pride is nothing in my eyes. My Yi family doesn't need any wealthy families because I, Yi Chen, am one. Because I, Yi Chen, am rich. As soon as he said that, none of the big shots present dared to utter a single word of objection. Instead, they secretly nodded in admiration. Yes, people like Grandmaster, you did not need to seek connections with wealthy families. Wealthy families were not even worth mentioning in his eyes. The Lord did not see. The Song family of Jiang Bei was almost wiped out by him. Only the women, children, and some servants were left. Su Yuanhong's mother, who was standing aside, shrieked when she saw what happened to her son and husband. She charged at Yi Chen while baring her fangs, seeming to want to fight him. Pa! A heavy slap landed on her face, causing her to fall to the ground and powder to fall all over the floor. She wanted to stand up by instinct, but she met Yi Chen's cold gaze. If you dare move again, I'll kill you right now. She couldn't help but shiver, and her face turned pale. She was scared to the point of peeing in front of everyone. Su Yuanhong's heart ached, and it was too late for regrets as he said, Grandmaster Yi, please don't attack anymore. As long as you're willing to let us go, I'm willing to do anything. At that moment, Yi Hai and Yi Ming said in unison, Forget it, Xiao Chen. Let them go. Yi Chen nodded and enunciated word for word while looking at Su Yuanhong and his son. Let me ask you guys. Are you guys convinced now? I'm convinced. I'm convinced. Su Yuanhong nodded repeatedly. Yi Chen turned his gaze to Su Zhong beneath his feet. Su Zhong instinctively wanted to retaliate, but after sensing Yi Chen's murderous intent, all his hatred was instantly replaced by fear. I surrender! I surrender! Get lost! Yi Chen retracted his leg slowly. Su Yuanhong's family of 3 held onto each other and ran faster than rabbits under everyone's complicated gaze. They seemed to be afraid that Yi Chen would change his mind. Yi Chen then turned around to look at Yi Ming next to him. He smiled apologetically. I'm sorry, second uncle. I ruined a great engagement party. It's not your fault. I was blind earlier. I didn't expect the Su family to be that kind of people. Yi Ming sighed. He had always been against this engagement banquet, but his wife, Yang Hui, had always taken the lead. However, it was good that something like this had happened today. It could be said that he had seen the true colors of the Su father and son, so that his daughter would not have to suffer when she married into the Su family in the future. Yang Hui was still standing at the side in a daze. It was obvious that she had not recovered from the previous scene. Yi Hai took a deep look at his son. At this moment, he felt that he couldn't understand what was going on. He opened his mouth to ask something, but because there were so many people present, he couldn't bring himself to ask. Brother, I'm sorry. It could be said that today's farce was purely caused by the Su family. It's fine as long as you don't blame me. Yi Chen smiled calmly and subsequently looked at the 30-odd people before him. Old Master Gu stood before the crowd and clasped his fists. He looked guilty. Master Yi, it's my family's fault for what happened earlier. I hope you, Old Master Gu, there's no need to say anything. Please preserve the last shred of dignity for us. Yi Chen interrupted him directly. What he needed were friends and allies, not fence-sitters and fair-weather friends. When you're rich and powerful, you're surrounded by a group of people who love you from the bottom of their hearts. When you're in trouble, these people scatter like birds and beasts, afraid of being implicated. Old Master Gu forced a smile upon hearing that. Gu Yingying, who was standing aside, had a slight change of expression on her pretty face. She seemed to want to say something, but she was stopped by the old master's stare. The grandfather and granddaughter clasped their fists at Yi Chen and turned around to leave. Gu Yingying could not help but ask when they walked out of Dongda Hotel, Grandpa, our family is different from them. At least we didn't betray Master Yi. But why, silly girl? Old Master Gu shook his head, helplessly. This world isn't as simple as right and wrong, black and white. No matter what, our family has wronged Master Yi. Forget it, let's go back. Then aren't we getting further away from Master Yi? Gu Yingying turned her head and looked at the hotel's direction reluctantly. The old master glanced at the few people kneeling at the hotel entrance and sighed softly. One's always afraid of making the wrong choice in life, and you'll have to pay the price for making the wrong choice. After old Master Gu left, Yi Chen looked at the remaining people before him. His expression softened as he chuckled softly. Thank you for coming today. I understand what you guys mean. Let's continue like before. As long as you guys don't offend me, we'll all be fine. We wouldn't dare! We wouldn't dare! The 20 to 30 people present shook their heads at the same time. They smiled apologetically, and there was no sign of them blushing when their thoughts were exposed. Yi Chen's battle record had truly shocked them. He killed masters and destroyed wealthy families for no reason. If they did not come to build a relationship with him personally, it would be too late to regret if something really happened in the future. Yi Ming said rather cautiously, "It's rare for all of you to come. Why don't you leave after dinner?" "There's no need for that. We have something to do." The people declined and took out a bank card each and placed it on the table. There was even a password on the card. They then left one after another. "Xiaoqin, what do they mean by this?" Yi Ming looked confused as he looked at the tens of bank cards that appeared on the table all of a sudden. Yi Chen said, while smiling, "Second uncle, this is their gift money to your family. Take it. Otherwise, they won't be able to eat or sleep well." "Listen to what you're saying. They're giving me money, but I don't want it. Are you saying that they won't be able to eat or sleep well?" Yi Ming was in between tears and laughter. He felt like he was dreaming. Yi Chen smiled and said nothing. He thought to himself, "That's true. These people know that I, Yi Chen, am not interested in that bit of money. They don't have the capital to suck up to me, so they're targeting your family. It's considered sucking up to me indirectly." Yi Hai looked at the bank cards on the table, feeling rather envious. Subsequently, he asked, "Xiao Chen, what about those people kneeling outside?" Yi Chen's expression turned rather grim as he said to the hostess downstairs, "Get them to come in." Soon the crowd was shocked. As everyone watched in shock, they saw 6 old men in traditional attire walk quickly to the 3rd floor of the hotel. As soon as they arrived, they knelt before Yi Chen at the same time. They were very humble. Yi Hai, Yi Ming, and the rest were dumbstruck again. Yi Chen stood with his arms behind his back and looked at them expressionlessly. "Leave 1 billion each, and I won't pursue what happened in the past." 1 billion! And it was 1 billion per person. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Hai's body trembled, and he was so shocked that he almost cried out. The 6 of them had a slight change in expression. Among them, Xiangnan's Zhang family head gritted his teeth and said, "My Zhang family has no objections, but I'll have to go back and gather the money." With him taking the lead, the others hurriedly followed suit. "We have no objections either. All right, we're even now." Yi Chen nodded and said coldly, "But before I leave, I have something to tell you guys. All of my family members were there, and you guys know them. If anything happens to them, I'll blame it on you guys." His words seemed calm, but it caused the temperature in the room to suddenly drop by several tens of degrees. Chapter 175. That night, inside the 9 Dragons Bay Villa, Yi Chen sat on the couch helplessly. He was surrounded by his parents and second uncle's family as if they were interrogating a criminal. Yi Chen's father, Yi Hai, took a few cautious glances at the luxurious decorations in the villa. After the engagement party ended, Yi Chen brought them here. The shock in Yi Hai and Wu Lan's hearts lingered when they found out that the villa that was worth over 50 million belonged to Yi Chen. This was a villa. They had never thought about it in their lives. Compared to their shock, Yi Ming was much calmer. After all, he had already found out that the villa belonged to Yi Chen. He coughed and looked at Yi Chen in a judgmental manner. "Xiao Chen, why are they calling you Master Yi?" As soon as he said that, apart from Yi Wen, the rest looked at Yi Chen one after another, especially his parents. Their expressions seemed to be saying, "If you dare to hide this from us again, we'll beat you to death." Indeed, the engagement banquet during the day gave them a huge shock. It was not an exaggeration to describe it as terrifying. Not only did all the bosses in Tiannan come uninvited, but they were also respectful to Yi Chen. Even the mayor did not receive such treatment. The most shocking thing was that the masters of the few wealthy families in Tiannan knelt to Yi Chen. They even promised to transfer 1 billion to Yi Chen's account within 3 days before they left. Yi Chen's second aunt, Yang Hui, hid behind Yi Ming. She dared not look Yi Chen in the eye as she was afraid that he would take revenge on her. Yi Chen could only shake his head when he realized that he could no longer hide the fire. He stretched his arm out slightly, and a fireball the size of an adult's fist appeared in his palm. As soon as the fireball appeared, the temperature in the living room suddenly rose a lot. Even though they were far away, they could still feel the blazing heat. This. Everyone's eyes widened as they stared blankly at this scene. Fire appeared out of thin air. Other than a magician, they didn't dare to think of anything else. Even Yi Wen, who knew that Yi Chen was powerful, could not help but cover her red lips as shock filled her pretty face. Yi Chen glanced at them and said, "Dad, Mom, second uncle, there's something that I've been hiding from you guys. In reality, I had a fortuitous encounter during the 5 years that I disappeared and obtained supernatural power." After saying that, he put away the fireball in his palm. With a thought, he used the frost spell. A ball of cold air instantly appeared in his palm, and finally his entire hand was covered in a thick layer of ice, like a hand of frost. Superpower? Yi Hai's lips trembled. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. The scene in front of him was just too shocking. "Not bad." Yi Chen nodded and lifted his arm to press the redwood table before him softly. A palm print the size of a palm appeared on the table. The palm print was 5 to 6 inches deep. Yang Hui jolted upon seeing that. Her face was extremely pale, and she almost fainted from the shock. She was secretly relieved that Yi Chen had never attacked her before. In short, with this ability, I can change my own fate and even control the life and death of others. That's why the people that you guys saw during the day are so afraid of me. They're afraid of me and they respect me. Yi Chen stopped talking as he spoke to this point. Instead, he looked at his parents and the rest quietly. He knew that they might not be able to accept all of this anytime soon. Fortunately, he did not tell them that he had actually gone to the cultivation world during the 5 years that he had disappeared. In the end, he had even gone to the immortal world to become a heavenly emperor. Moreover, he did not tell them that he had killed 5 martial Dao masters and hundreds of people within 2 months of returning to Earth. Otherwise, his parents might have gone crazy. The house fell into dead silence. It was so quiet that they could only hear each other's heavy breathing. "Stop talking. Let me digest this." Yi Hai took a deep breath in and could not stop pacing in the house while holding his chest. He seemed to be having a hard time with his heart. Yi Ming, on the other hand, was the first to snap back to his senses. He laughed out loud and his voice was shaking. "Brother, there's a real dragon in my family. A real dragon from the 9 heavens." The Yi family's ancestors had been poor farmers for 8 generations. It was Yi Ming's generation that they barely got out of poverty. They no longer had to stay in the village and farm. However, it was nothing compared to Yi Chen's current strength. He was nowhere to be seen. During the day, all the bosses in the entire Tiannan came to worship Yi Chen. His nephew had become the master that they looked up to. Was he not a real dragon from the 9 heavens? "No matter what you've become, you're still my son. I'll still beat you up if you don't listen to me." Yi Hai sighed and said weakly, "I just want to know if the country will capture you for human research, since so many people know that you have such great abilities." That was what he was most worried about. Wu Lan scoffed and said, "I'll fight whoever dares to capture my son." Yi Chen was in between tears and laughter. Yi Chen did not know whether to laugh or to cry. However, he felt warm inside. This was what parents should do. He shook his head and said, "Dad, perhaps you guys don't know this, but there are many people like me in this world. They're called ancient martial artists. They're similar to the martial arts experts in novels. It's legal, and they won't be captured for research." Yi Hai heaved a sigh of relief as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders. At that moment, Yi Chen's second aunt, Yang Hui, walked out. She looked at Yi Chen in guilt. "Xiaoqin, I apologize to you here. I shouldn't have treated you guys like that. I'm too snobbish." "I'm sorry." However, Yi Chen said nothing. He had nothing against his second uncle, Yi Ming, and the misunderstanding between him and Yi Wen had been resolved. The only thing that bothered him was his second aunt. It was not a matter of being considerate. Before he returned to Earth, his daughter was sick. His parents could not get help even when they begged for help. They had no choice but to borrow money from loan sharks. Moreover, they were only short of 10,000 yuan. Was 10,000 yuan a lot? As the closest person to Yi Chen's family, not only did Yang Hui not help them, but she also added insult to injury. She even stopped her second uncle, Yi Ming, from helping Yi Chen's family. Yang Hui could not help but look at Yi Ming, for help upon noticing that Yi Chen said nothing. Yi Ming turned his head away, pretending that he did not see anything. It was the barrier between the two families. If Yi Chen's family did not say anything, the barrier would never be removed. Yang Hui looked at her daughter again. Yi Wen moved her lips, looking like she could not bear it. However, she said nothing eventually. Her face turned pale at that moment. She forced a smile and was going to kneel. "It's my fault. I'll kneel to you now." Before she knelt, she felt a strange force coming from her knees. It was like a pair of invisible hands were holding her legs, preventing her from kneeling. At the same time, Yi Chen's cold voice came into her ears. "How can a senior kneel to a junior? Although I, Yi Chen, am arrogant, I know that filial piety comes first. I also know how to respect the old and love the young. All right, second aunt, our family forgives you." "Thank you." Yang Hui's eyes turned red as endless regret filled her heart. If she was forced by the situation earlier, then she had truly woken up at that moment. "That's right, shall we? Let bygones be bygones. You must remember that we'll always be a family. That's the truth that nobody can change," Yi said with a sigh. Yang Hui nodded while wiping her tears. Yi Chen thought about it and took out a car key from his pocket. He passed it to Yi Wen, who was standing aside. "This is the key to my Lamborghini. I wanted to give it to you at the engagement party, but it didn't go through. Take it as an apology gift." Lamborghini? The few of them in the house were so shocked that they could not speak. Yi Wen could not stop waving her hands. "It's too heavy. Brother, I don't want it." She had seen that Lamborghini before. It was a top-notch luxury car that cost tens of millions of yuan. "Take it." Yi Chen shoved the key to her forcefully and said, "My company is hiring at the moment. If you don't mind, go to my company and start as the vice president. I'll get someone to bring you there." Yi Chen and Yang Hui were shocked again. Yi Ming and Yang Hui were shocked again. "Xiao Chen this." Yi Ming moved his lips. Yi Chen said while smiling, "All right, second uncle. Take it if you treat me as your family. You and my dad are brothers. We hope that everyone can live a better life." Yi Ming nodded in all seriousness. The two families chatted for over an hour before Yi Ming left with his wife and daughter. However, he was filled with emotions. "Ancestors of the Yi family, do you see this? Your descendant, Yi Chen, has grown up. Our Yi family is going to be successful from now on." At night, after Yi Chen's mother, Wulan, carried Meng Meng back to the room to sleep, Yi Hai turned the volume of the television to the highest. Yi Hai turned the volume of the TV to the highest. Subsequently, he took a good look at Yi Chen and asked all of a sudden, "Tell me the truth. Are you planning to go to Beijing?" Chapter 176. Yi Chen was secretly shocked as soon as he said that. "Dad, how did you find out?" In reality, he had been prepared to go to Beijing since a long time ago. However, Yi Wen's engagement party had delayed him for a few days, and he had yet to come up with an excuse. Since his identity had been exposed a little, he would tell Yi Hai even if he did not ask. "Because I know you." Yi Hai put the smile on his face away and said in all seriousness, "You like to hide things and shoulder everything alone. However, you've exposed something today. I won't talk about your identity. I know that you're going far away from the fact that you're giving us a car and getting Wenwen to work at your company. If it's a trip like last time, you'll definitely tell us. However, you didn't this time." Yi Hai could not go on as he spoke to this point. "That's right." Yi Chen nodded and said, "I'm going to Beijing tomorrow. I've been separated from Yuhan for 5 years. It's been 3 years since Meng Meng saw her mother." He looked at Yi Hai rather nervously when he was done speaking. "Dad, why you're not going to stop me, are you?" "What's the point of me stopping you? I've been nothing in my life and I'm not ambitious. I didn't ask much of you in the past." Yi Hai fell into silence for a few seconds and mocked himself all of a sudden. "But who asked you to win the heart of the Su family's young mistress? You even gave birth to this girl, Meng Meng." Yi Chin was silent. Yi Hai walked to the cabinet and took out a bottle of white wine. He poured a glass for each of them. Your mom and I are old. Our biggest wish is for you to marry an ordinary woman and give birth to a fat grandson for us. We'll live a peaceful life together. He passed a glass of wine to Yi Chin as he spoke to this point. After the father and son clinked their glasses, he gulped down the wine and coughed. Your mom and I couldn't accept it when you brought Yuhan home in the beginning. Yi Chin took a sip and listened quietly. We couldn't accept it because Yuhan is too beautiful and outstanding. Your mom and I thought that you don't deserve her. Your mother and I panicked, especially after we found out about Yuhan's family background, because she's the daughter of a wealthy family. She's been pampered since she was young. How can she afford to be poor? However, the truth has proven that your mother and I are wrong. Yuhan is a good girl. Ever since she came to our house, she has been eating simple meals without any complaints. She even fought to do the housework at home. She's very filial to your mother and I. You're right. Yi Hai drank another glass and blushed. I discussed it with your mother later on. We had to get you and Yuhan together, no matter what. Even if I had to sacrifice my face and kowtow to the Su family's door, we had to make this marriage happen. However, you disappeared. Yes, you disappeared. You disappeared for a whole 5 years. In the month after you disappeared, your mother and I almost went crazy because of you. If Yuhan hadn't found out that she was pregnant, your mother and I would have almost committed suicide. That's right. Yi Hai slammed the wine glass hard on the table. He stretched his arm out as if he was going to slap Yi Chin. However, he could not do it eventually. You're unfilial to your parents. Yi Chin knelt on the ground and said nothing. A year after you disappeared, Meng Meng was born. There was still no news about you. Your mother and I thought you were dead, but Yuhan was always at my house. Yi Hai did not wake him up. He proceeded to speak. Your mother and I thought that we shouldn't ruin Yuhan's happiness because of you. Therefore, we persuaded her to give up on you. However, Yuhan was determined. She said that even if you were really dead, she would take care of us and raise Meng Meng. Slap. Yi Hai slapped Yi Chin directly. It was a hard slap. You're unfilial because we didn't teach you well. However, you don't deserve to be a husband. You didn't do your duty to your wife and girlfriend. You must slap her. Although Yi Chin could have dodged the slap, he did not. Instead, he removed his physical strength. After Meng Meng was born, the family's burden became heavier. Milk powder and diapers cost a lot of money every month. Moreover, this girl was weak. She would have headaches and fever every now and then. It would cost a lot of money to go to the hospital. Because of that, Yuhan went out to look for a job before she even finished her confinement. Yi Hai rubbed his eyes and said while sobbing, Your mother and I saw that and felt sorry for her. We tried to persuade her many times, but she was stubborn. You have no idea how much your mother and I hated you back then. We also hated ourselves for being useless. When Meng Meng was 2, Yuhan performed well in the company. Her performance was high, and her salary was higher too. The family's burden was getting lighter day by day. Just when your mother and I thought everything was going well, the Su family sent people. There were 3 of them. Fear and rage flashed through Yi Hai's face as he spoke to this point. They snatched Meng Meng, who had just turned 2, from Yuhan. They threatened Yuhan with your mother, me and Meng Meng. They said that if Yuhan didn't go back with them, they would kill your mother and me. They would even throw Meng Meng to her death. Piak! Yi Hai slapped Yi Chin again. Yi Chan removed his physical strength from the slap, and he felt a burning sensation on his face. When our family needed you the most, you weren't there. When Yuhan needed you the most, you weren't there too. It was because you were a toad lusting after a swan's flesh. You overestimated yourself. In the end, Yuhan left with them. There was no news of her after she left. God knows how much that girl had suffered. Soon, Meng Meng was diagnosed with leukemia. Yi Hai broke down completely as he spoke to this point. Yi Chen remained silent, but he was filled with guilt. Yes, he did not deserve to be a son, a husband, or a father. However, he did not want all of that to happen. If the Su family had not knocked him out and tossed him into the river, he would not have traveled to the cultivation world by chance. He would not have disappeared for 5 years. He did not regret being with Yuhan. He only hated himself for not being capable back then and underestimating the Su family's cruelty. Forget it. It's useless to talk about this. Yi Hai drank the entire bottle of white wine until there was nothing left. Subsequently, he stood up and his body swayed. He smashed the bottle onto the ground and stared straight at Yi Chun with his drunk eyes. I've been a coward my entire life. I've had enough of it. Go. Even if you have to turn the world upside down, you have to ask for me if there's justice in this world. Is power more powerful or a favor more powerful? After saying that, he staggered back to his room. He staggered back to his room and said softly as he walked, I must bring Yuhan back. As for the Su family, a strong wind blew, causing the curtains to flutter. It's windy. It's going to rain. As a series of rustling noises came, Yi Chun heard his father snoring on the bed and his mother complaining. Yi Chun lifted his head and looked in the direction of Beijing. Yuhan, I've brought our daughter to bring you here. That's right. It's going to rain. It's the best to kill on a rainy day.